could just say, please wrap up. Yeah. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. This is Senate Budget and Taxation Committee, Wednesday, February 24th. We've got 20 bills today. We're going to keep mostly to the order. One exception. We're going to start
Yeah,
with,
he told me something different, but that's good. Whatever he says.
yeah. We're live, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. So we're going to stay basically with the order with one exception. We're going to start with Senate Bill 777, Senator Elfreth, but just basic rules. As we all know that there are members who are moving in and out of committee out of this Zoom to catch other Zooms and other committees where they're presenting their own bills. So that will be going on. The timing today, we're changing slightly, and you will actually hear when you need to be wrapping up. So all witnesses will hear. You either have 5 minutes as the prime witness, and you would know that the first witness after the sponsor of the bill, or 2.5 minutes for individuals who are on the rest of the list of testifying. Okay, Senator Elfreth, are you ready?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Colleagues, Senator Sarah Elfreth for the record, here to present Senate Bill 777, Public Health Maryland Prenatal and Infant Care Grant Program Fund. That might be a contestant, Mr. Chair, for longest title today. Colleagues, this is a bill that is recommended to us by two different reports. One, an excellent report from a work group that's been studying infant and maternal health for a number of years now, and the other from our very own Senate President's Work Group on Equity and Inclusion that was chaired by our friend and colleague, Senator Griffith. But this bill seeks to address one of, I think, the greatest challenges facing Maryland today, which is our shamefully high rates of maternal and infant mortality. And I appreciate the chair's indulgence in letting us go first. We have two witnesses here who are practicing physicians who I understand have to get back to doing that today. So I appreciate moving this up. As I mentioned, this is a recommendation that we're seeking to close a particularly awful health disparity here in Maryland. And let me just give some brief statistics to kind of set the stage. In Maryland, the rate of maternal mortality among Black women is 3.7 times higher than that of white women. And this racial disparity has only widened in recent years. Maryland's infant mortality rate for all races and ethnicities has remained level, but remains highest among Black non-Hispanic women, nearly 2.5 times higher than the rate of white non-Hispanic women. And according to the CDC, Maryland's 2013 to 27 maternal mortality rate of 24.8 maternal deaths per 100,000 live births ranks 22nd among the states. The maternal rate for African-American mothers is almost 4 times that of white mothers, and for infant and neonatal mortality, Maryland ranks 35th and 39th among states respectively, which is significantly higher, obviously, than the national average. This bill seeks to address, it's not a silver bullet policy solution to get those numbers down and keep women and babies safe, but it is a significant step in the right direction in addressing one of the reasons we have such a high rate, which is lack of access to prenatal care. 7.3% of women who give birth in the state have late or no prenatal care. I've been working on this issue for a number of years. We're going to hear from a doctor today who actually sat in my office about 1.5 years ago to tell the story of what's happening at Anne Arundel Medical Center, which is happening across the state, of women who don't have access to health insurance are presenting to emergency departments ready to give birth and deliver and have not had a single prenatal visit. That creates a significant challenge for mother, for child, for hospital staff that we don't always know what we're dealing with, and that is part of the problem here. The problem's not new. We've been dealing with this for years, but this bill tries to present one solution towards getting us to Maryland to lower these statistics. The key recommendation here was for us to create an emergency Medicaid fund for uninsured women. We can't do that. Instead, we're pivoting and we're actually expanding a grant that was already created in 2018 by our Senate President, ironically, and the Speaker of the House in 2018. When they were one of us. But the bill is going to increase the prenatal care for expecting mothers who are left out of the coverage system and have otherwise no access to care. It's a critical step in this. We're seeking to to fund this, to increase the funding by $1 million every year for the next 3 years, and have very thorough reports back to the General Assembly. Every $1 spent on prenatal care is estimated to save over $3 for the state in terms of reducing the cost of neonatal care, long-term health challenges for both baby and mother. So if passed, Senate Bill 777 will rename the grant fund established in 2018 to the Maryland Prenatal and Infant Care Grant Program Fund. It will increase the funding, as I said. It will expand those eligible to receive the grants under the fund to include federally qualified health centers, hospitals, and providers of prenatal care. It will require the Secretary of the Department of Health to consult with the Maternal and Child Health Bureau in establishing procedures for awarding the funds. It ensures that priority is given to proposals that utilize the grant funds to serve communities that have certain characteristics: a high number of births to women enrolled in Medicaid, high rates of infant mortality, high rates of preterm births. And we know that these are the indicators of where we have the most need for these programs. It's going to require in the off years, the way the bill's written, the recipient of the grant to provide at least a 25% matching fund. In the out years, where we want this to be a partnership amongst hospitals, federally qualified health centers, county health departments moving forward. And then lastly, importantly, it requires annual reports from MDH to the General Assembly on the use of these funds, the statistics on the Marylanders who are served, and then most importantly, outcomes generated by this program. We are one of the wealthiest states and one of the wealthiest nations in the world, and yet our healthcare system does not provide critical, life-saving preventative care to the most vulnerable in our communities, mothers and children. You're going to hear from a number of experts today who spend their lives working on closing this gap, but I believe that Senate Bill 777 is an integral step in the right direction for us to stand up for these women and children. So with that, Mr. Chair, I urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much. First up is Dr. McWally.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi.
My name. Yes, go ahead.
No, you please. Go ahead.
Okay, I am Dina Metwali, and I'm here today on behalf of Dr. Zinn. Dr. Steve Zinn have chaired the task force for the same objectives and goal that Senator Frith have just mentioned. Again, what to do and the recommendations for decreasing maternal mortality rate and infant mortality rate. So Dr. Zinn is the chair of pediatrics at the University of Maryland School of Medicine. He is also the director of the Children's Hospital. As I said, I am Dina Metwali. I am an associate professor of pediatrics. I am the medical director of the neonatal intensive care unit and the chief of the division of neonatology at the University of Maryland School of Medicine. I'm here today to testify on his behalf, and I've worked in this area extensively. I graduated from Egypt. I was on academia. I worked as a World Health Organization consultant for years. I worked with the UNICEF and the WHO to decrease infant mortality rate in the North America and Middle East area. And I moved here in 1996. I had my training in pediatrics and in neonatology at the Brown University School of Medicine in Providence, Rhode Island. And then here I am at the University of Maryland, and this is my 10th to the 11th year in this place.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Braithwaite.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Chairman Gazzoni and honorable members of the Budget and Taxation Committee, it's my honor to testify to you today in support of this legislation. While I will keep my testimony brief, I hope it provides all the committee members with a renewed conviction that 1, Having a healthy pregnancy is one of the best ways to promote a healthy birth. Getting early and regular prenatal care improves the chances of a healthy pregnancy, especially for those facing one or more barriers to appropriate health care. And two, access to prenatal care is vital to the high quality and the effective functioning of our healthcare system as a whole. My name is Carice Victoria Brathwaite. I'm a board certified OBGYN. During my career, I've cared for thousands of pregnant women and their newborns in and around Anne Arundel County. Presently, as medical director of the Luminous Health Anne Arundel Medical Center OB Hospice Group, my team and I care for unregistered mothers presenting to our health system with insufficient or no prenatal care. In the past, we cared for these very same patients in collaboration with our health department here in Annapolis, as well as Glen Burnie. These services are no longer available. What I know for sure in caring for this population of undocumented, uninsured, and underserved mothers, and shown in peer-reviewed study after study, is this: prenatal care mitigates adverse outcomes. This is an indisputable fact. I view Senate Bill 777 as a significant step towards expanding access to and awareness of the importance of prenatal care. Deserving Maryland FQHCs, hospitals, and other prenatal care programs can use the available grant funding in ways that can generate vastly improved outcomes for pregnant mothers, and for a health system level perspective, huge returns on investments. I'm confident in predicting Senate Bill 777 will create a valuable return of investment, in large part because the FQHCs and the hospitals throughout Maryland have the capacity, infrastructure, and a mission-driven motivation to incorporate expanded prenatal care service into their respective delivery models. Of course, I can speak most specifically about Luminous Health. We have a newly established OBGYN residency program. These young physicians are poised to contribute an expansion of prenatal care in our local community. We have ambulatory clinic sites located in areas of Annapolis, nearby populations underserved, generally by our healthcare delivery model. Prenatal care could easily be incorporated into these already existing services. We have a robust midwifery practice and advanced practice providers, as well as licensed
Please wrap up.
staff members capable of providing valuable wraparound services. And we have a strategic marketing and communication team that can be instrumental in bridging the gap to provide it that allows inadequate prenatal care. In closing, I would like to again thank this committee for the opportunity to testify in favor of Senate Bill 777.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Melissa Palace.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melissa Palace, and I'm a parishioner at Sacred Heart Jesus in Highlandtown. I was born in Guatemala and migrated to this country 17 years ago. I am married and a mother of 3, and thank you for letting me share my prenatal experience. In 2016, I got married and got pregnant right away, and not knowing what to expect and feel, and not even knowing what prenatal care was. I did some research around my area and came upon a community hub called Caravan from Johns Hopkins, which is a mobile clinic, and one of the services that they provide is pregnancy tests and the start process for prenatal care and financial aid if needed. I'd applied for financial aid and got approved, and it gave me a peace of mind because it's something that I didn't have to worry about. I love the program that they have for prenatal care called Centering, which they will grab a group of women with a close due date, and we will have our doctor do the regular checkups like weight, blood pressure, the baby's heartbeat, and they will provide us with information what mothers needed, like baby clothes, diapers, food, cribs, car seat, whatever we needed. And at the end, we will share our personal experience. The prenatal care program will cover everything from our checkups, sonograms, blood tests, and vaccines if needed. Because I was older than 35, they consider my pregnancies being high risk, which I had to have fetal assessments twice a week just to make sure my baby was fine, like checking heartbeat and amniotic fluid. My firstborn had the possibility to come with an abnormality called Andrew's disease, which they suggested some genetic studies. Even though I refused to move forward with this, it was comforting that my prenatal care would cover this if needed. My second pregnancy was somewhat similar in experience, but my third pregnancy, my experience was different because I lost my baby due to miscarriage. Even though the program they had with prenatal, they did various ultrasounds just to make sure I was fine and did checkups just to make sure mommy was safe. Unfortunately, not every woman has that access, so increasing funding for prenatal care will be really beneficial for minority and low-income families. Personally, these programs have had a huge impact in my life, and not worrying if I
Please
was
wrap up.
able to afford prenatal care and knowing that my babies were going to be safe gave me a peace of mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being willing to share your personal story with us. We appreciate it. Any questions for any of the witnesses on this bill? Okay, that concludes the hearing on that bill. Next up is Senator Pinsky, individual income tax rates, rates and brackets alterations. Senator Pinsky. Mr. Chairman, good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a bill that also deals with birth. It's birthing some new tax rates and income rates for the personal income tax. This bill deals with annual income tax. So right now, as you all know, the income tax is capped at 5.75 for individual making over $250,000 a year, or a joint head of household $300,000. I've added rates starting at $500,000 for an individual, going up to $1.5 million. It adds a 6% rate, a 6.5% rate, a 7% rate, 7.5% rate for those annually making over $750,000, those making over $1 million annually in income, or those in excess of $1.5 million annually. It brings in about $377 million. New Jersey, and I think a number of other states, have tried to make their income tax more progressive. While it is progressive at the lower reaches, ours are not as progressive at the higher reaches. This simply tries to alleviate that and have those people who are better able to pay a higher rate. That's what the bill does. I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your first witness is Christopher Meyer.
Thank you, Chair Gazone. Distinguished members of the committee, my name is Christopher Meyer. I am a research analyst at the Maryland Center on Economic Policy. I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 611. The pandemic has created severe hardship for Maryland families and increased strain on public services while reducing revenue needed to provide those services. These challenges come on top of pre-existing underinvestment in Maryland communities such as public schools and public health. However, the wealthiest individuals have been largely spared by the economic shock and have seen their financial returns skyrocket. Senate Bill 611 would improve Maryland's upside-down tax code by asking more of households with annual income of $500,000 or more. Senate Bill 611 would raise all new revenue from the wealthiest 1% of Maryland households, who today pay a smaller share of their income in state and local taxes than the rest of us do. This would also be a step in the right direction for racial equity. Senate Bill 611 would raise $378 million in fiscal year 22 and more than $280 million annually in out years. This much needed revenue will allow us to protect and strengthen our investments in the foundations of thriving communities like public health and world-class schools. As Maryland's revenue dynamics over the last year have shown, asking more of wealthy families can cushion the fiscal impact of downturns like the current one that disproportionately hit low-wage workers. High-quality, peer-reviewed research finds that most people consider factors like good jobs, affordable housing, schools, weather, and being close to relatives far more than tax rates when they decide where to live. Meanwhile, wealthy individuals move less often than other families do. They may have invested time and money in a good job, a business, or a comfortable home. Or they may be embedded in their community's civic life. Even when wealthy individuals do move, taxes aren't among the most important motivating factors. In fact, analysis by the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy found that the states that ask the most of wealthy individuals match or beat the economic performance of states with no income tax across a wide range of measures. Asking wealthy individuals to pay their share and using that money to invest in public services that can create decent jobs can actually strengthen our economy by putting money into the pockets of the families most likely to spend it. You don't have to take my word on that. Just today in a US Senate hearing, Fed Chair Jerome Powell agreed that inequality stunts growth and holds back our economy. Thank you for consideration. I respectfully ask for a favorable report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Tiffany Macy.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
My name is Tiffany Macy. I am a proud District 12 resident and the Administrative Secretary at Baltimore Highlands Elementary School in Baltimore County. I am a member of the Education Support Professionals of Baltimore County, and today with MSEA, I speak on behalf of the 75,000 educators and school employees who work in Maryland's public schools, teaching and preparing our 896,837 students for their futures. I speak in support of Senate Bill 611, which alters the personal income tax by establishing new tax brackets and increases tax rates on top earners from 5.75% to 7.50%. Fixing our tax system will support significant new state investments in education and ensure that wealthy individuals are paying their share for the public services on which we all rely. We appreciate the work of the legislature to pass and then enact the blueprint for Maryland's future. Thank you for your vote. While the blueprint is already funded through fiscal year 26, this bill would help ensure the funding is available in the out years. Voting favorably on this bill will allow for an adequate, sustainable, predictable revenue stream that will help provide sufficient funding for our public schools. Voting favorably will raise needed revenue and help the field of education to be competitive with other career options. Additional funding would allow for more consistent recruitment and retention of educators. In my role as an education support professional, I provide support to the principal, teachers, and families in our school. When school systems must make cuts, ESPs are often the first discussed for layoffs. Many of those individuals were first working back in school buildings during this pandemic. And underfunding means that many schools will not have health assistant ESPs to support the work of our incredible nurses going back into buildings. Many of those underfunding has resulted in losing out on great education support professionals alike, specifically Black and Brown educators. Being one of 2 education support professionals of color in my building, I'm sensitive to this need. Underfunding means that educators that look like me are often unable to find even 5 adults that represent us in our work sites. When thinking about the social emotional needs of our students and educators, the ability to recruit and retain educators that represent our student population is essential. Underfunding means that students of color miss valuable connections with educators that look like them. Students of color need educators and SEL supports that represent them. Underfunding means that important classroom resources, such as culturally responsive literature, are difficult to acquire. Educators need equitable access to culturally sustaining materials and training to use these materials well. By voting favorably on the bill, you will raise funds from top earners that can improve our quality of life. I'm thankful for Vice President Harris's reminder to dream with ambition, lead with conviction, and see ourselves in a way others may not, simply because they've never seen it before. Please lead with conviction by voting yes on Senate Bill 611 to help our students achieve their ambitious dreams. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Chairman Pinsky or his witnesses? Seeing none, Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Senate Bill 730. Senator Edwards, income tax credit for travel, hospitality, and entertainment expenses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, Senate Bill 730 came about by request from mainly Garrett County's Chamber of Commerce, and others chimed in to try to stimulate, do something to stimulate travel within the state after the pandemic, or even a reduced part of the pandemic, to get people to get out and about and spend some money and different things. It's to be a 2-year program and provide tax credits for travel, hospitality, and entertainment expenses. The way the bill's written, it would be $4,000 for an individual, $8,000 for a family, plus $500 for each dependent, with a cap of 25 million, or the projected fiscal notes 25 million, which is a pretty big number. I got a call last night, and I'm going to apologize to some people who are going to testify on this bill because we didn't have time to get back to them, from the House side, of a couple members over there working on the bill over there, that the likelihood of a bill passing with that kind of a fiscal impact is slim. Now, I will say this to you in the committee, that if you want to hopefully pass it, you can change the numbers any way you want. Now, we put together an amendment, proposed amendment, to change it from 4,000 to 500 and 8,000 to 1,000 with a $5 million cap on it. And with the idea that hopefully we could get something passed, see how it's going to work. And then we can always expand it at that particular time. So in a nutshell, that's what it does. But I see there's quite a few people signed up, and they're more experts than I am. And again, I'm going to apologize for them, but we just, I got the call from that side of the road last night. Tried to work on something quickly that we felt might have a better chance of getting through, and at least getting a program started that allow people in the state to travel throughout the state. It's a 50 mile, you got to go further than 50 miles. That gets people from the center part of the state, either east or west, and vice versa, from west to east to the center, and doing a little traveling and vacation, etc. So with that, I would ask for support of the bill, and turn it over to whoever's signed up to speak, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Nicole Christian.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, and very happy to be with you today. I'm Nicole Christian, President and CEO of the Garrett County Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here on behalf of our 600 members in support of Senate Bill 730. Maryland's tourism industry has been severely battered by the pandemic. As the 11th largest industry in the state, it is imperative to our economic recovery that we enlist all means necessary to support tourism. In Garrett County, tourism accounts annually for $350 million in visitor spending, has a total economic impact of $360.5 million, and supports more than 3,000 jobs. For this reason, the Chamber had reached out to Senator Edwards to introduce this bill to incentivize travel in Maryland that will inject money back into some of the most vulnerable businesses in the state and to help retain the jobs in the industry that are in jeopardy. Senate Bill 730 provides state income tax credits, as Senator Edwards did explain, and it provides these tax credits to Marylanders who travel within the state and spend money on hospitality related purchases. As he mentioned, they have to travel at least 50 miles from their permanent residence, and purchases must include food and beverage, lodging, transportation, tickets for live entertainment and sporting events, or expenses related to attending a conference or business meeting. It's an income tax credit, so it can only be received if the money is actually expended. And therefore, the tax credit is actually offset by money being put back into our economy, which is desperately needed, especially for those businesses that have been hurt so badly by the pandemic. In turn, the expenditures actually generate additional tax revenues in the form of sales taxes, accommodations taxes, emissions and amusement taxes. And I was not aware of the amendment that was proposed by Senator Edwards today, but certainly we are, happy to work with the legislature to amend the bill as needed to get this passed. When we reviewed the fiscal note, what we looked at is the fact that the note doesn't really take into account the revenue that is being generated from these other taxes. So we believe that multiplier effect is significant. And another important part is that the program does not discriminate. It has broad applicability for all tourism businesses, and it keeps the tourism dollars in state. We know there's going to be pent-up demand for travel, so let's encourage Marylanders to travel and keep their tourism dollars in the state. So I would ask that you please give 730 a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize. I see that Senator Carosa, I guess you're second on this bill, and I see you're here to testify. Welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I, Senator Mary Beth Carosa, for the record, District 38, Worcester, Wycomico, and Somerset counties. I want to thank Senator Edwards for introducing this bill. And I wanted to share with the Budget Committee members, especially that this, as we've heard, this bill provides state income tax credits to Marylanders who travel within the state and spend money on hospitality-related purchases. This bill was brought to my attention as a member of the bipartisan Senate Small Business Work Group, Mr. Chair, and when the Garrett County Chamber of Commerce, and we just heard from Nicole Christensen, presented this to our group. And then we started putting together a coalition with all of our tourism-related organizations in support of it. And the reason this bill is so important, as I'm sure the Budget Committee members have heard, but I'd like to underscore, the pandemic has had a devastating impact, especially on the tourism sector. Maryland has lost 34,000 jobs in the accommodation and food services between February and November of 2020. And the travel, hospitality, and entertainment industry are facing years of slow growth and to achieve long-term recovery. So I'd like the committee to factor that in as they consider this bill. The Maryland Tourism Coalition reports that tourism supports 226,000 direct and indirect jobs, making it the 11th largest industry in the state. I was glad to hear that Senator Edwards did address the fiscal note, because we know, we know that you have to take that into consideration. I think the amendment is very reasonable to at least allow us to provide some tax incentives, some credits here to really spark and spur this industry. Just to let the committee members know, the economic reports from 2019 show that tourism has generated $2.6 billion in state and local taxes. So again, letting you know of our contribution, the investment we make. Tourism is a powerful economic driver for the state of Maryland. And I just wanted to, I did note the testimony of Chris Reel, who is the board chair of the Maryland Tourism Coalition. And he points out, Mr. Chair and members, how this really is a win-win-win. It's a win, number one, because it will accelerate Maryland's tourism recovery. Number two, it will boost Maryland's overall economy. And three, which I think is the real highlight, you have Marylanders discovering Maryland as Marylanders are spending money in Maryland. And so just as a little reminder of that, so when you all come and visit the Eastern Shore as well as Deep Creek, you've got, make your stop on the boardwalk and all around our district, as well as the western part of Maryland. So again, I urge a favorable report. We'll work with you on the amendment, and I'll ask the committee members for favorable report on Senate Bill 730. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the courtesy.
Thank you, Senator, and look forward to making those trips and hitting the boardwalk. And I might just come by your office knowing you have that there. So next up is Julie McCoy.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. It's an honor to have your time. My name is Julie McCoy. I'm the Executive Director of the Allegheny County Chamber of Commerce. Our chamber is in support of the Senate Bill 730, and I'm here today to request that the committee give the bill a favorable vote as well. A tax credit to encourage travel within the state of Maryland would greatly impact Allegheny County's recreational, tourism, and overall economy. Our chamber is a proud partner in the Pledge to Prevent initiative, successfully enrolling nearly 100 area businesses and services, nonprofits, and shops in an effort to show the commitment to the overall health and safety of employees and guests here in our community. Travelers and locals can find storefronts displaying the pledge card, and it is there to show them that the business is honoring the recommended CDC and state guidelines for health and safety. Each of the eligible credits that are available to Maryland residents are here in Allegheny County. And just given our distance of over 150 miles from the metropolitan areas and the center of the state, travelers would benefit greatly as outlined in the bill. Whether individuals or families prefer outdoors or the charm of our rich history here in Cumberland and Frostburg, we offer a wide variety of opportunities. The unique bill, if passed, will not only provide a tax credit to Maryland taxpayers, but will encourage and keep travel and recreation dollars here in the state, further aiding our treasured businesses, which drive our economy. Your efforts to invest funding into business protection grants and loans at the state level have played a vital role in keeping many of their doors open throughout this pandemic, and a tax credit for the people throughout the state would simply further that cause. So we would continue to support the bill as written or with amendments, and I thank you for the opportunity to provide some comments.
Thank you very much. Next up is Susan Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. I do appreciate your time today. My name is Susan Jones. I am a lifelong Maryland resident. I have served as the director of the Ocean City Hotel Motel Restaurant Association since 1995. I'm joining you today on behalf of our 400 lodging, dining, attraction, and allied members here in Ocean City in support of Senate Bill 730. As we've heard, and you all know, leisure and hospitality has been the hardest hit industry. We've been working very diligently with our members to try to keep everyone in survival mode. We strongly believe this bill will provide a much needed boost to lead us into that final stretch of full recovery. And I would ask you to think about it like this. This is a bill for Marylanders. It's designed by Marylanders, and it's going to be used by Marylanders. It is a way to keep it local. Let's get out of the big box mentality. Let's make this a made in Maryland project. So recently I watched the comptroller speak, and he spoke that 2/3 of Maryland residents were doing okay financially. They're weathering the storm. And we know as a travel industry, there is an enormous amount of pent up demand for travel. So I say to you, let's capture those dollars of the Marylanders who are planning to travel, and they will travel. Let's give them the incentive to travel in their home state. We don't want their money going to Delaware, to Virginia, to Utah, to wherever. We want to keep the money in Maryland. Let's keep it local, keep it made in Maryland. This tax credit, keep in mind, is available to all of your constituents. It provides an incentive to really stimulate our economy. And you probably know in Ocean City, our only economy is tourism. So tourism is an economic engine. We know that it's going to turn back money in the way of room tax, admission and amusement tax, sales tax, alcohol tax. Revenues will come in when you spur travel. In a normal year, Maryland's tourism industry provides 150,000 full-time jobs. If you help us spur travel in Maryland, we're going to give the hospitality industry a way to keep Marylanders employed. Exploring our state is an effective way to ignite our economy. It's going to provide prosperity for an industry that desperately needs a little extra push. So I implore you to please say yes to Made in Maryland and offer this income tax credit to travel in Maryland. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Adam Rabinski?
Mr. Chairman and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee, I am Adam Rybczynski, for the record, Legislative Liaison representing the City of Havre de Grace. The City of Havre de Grace is a historic waterfront community and tourism destination located in Harford County. The current city administration has made significant strategic investments and policy decisions in the areas of economic development and tourism. This includes attracting new businesses and entertainment venues, which normally attract visitors from across our state. Throughout the pandemic, the city has been committed to business-friendly policies that provide assistance and relax many regulations, while also maintaining and encouraging safety protocols to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Unfortunately, however, like so many local economies across Maryland, the Havre de Grace business community, including its tourism sector, has been devastated by the dual COVID-19 health emergency and the concurrent financial crisis. The tourism industry, or our tourism industry, is a vital component of the city's economic recovery, with Harford County being located within a 50-mile plus radius of major population centers in Maryland. The city supports SB 730 because it believes that if passed, it would create a significant amount of economic stimulus for our local economy. On behalf of the citizens of Havre de Grace, we request the committee give SB 730 a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Green?
Hello, honorable members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Steve Green, owner of High Mountain Sports at Deep Creek Lake. I was also a member of the Maryland Outdoor Recreation Economic Commission. I'm in beautiful Deep Creek Lake, located in Garrett County, where we've had 109 inches of snow this year. So it's been a good winter for the snow lovers. At first glance, this looks like a money grab for the rich. Reality is this could not be further from the truth. Let's focus the money from those who have available funds to travel, sometimes called the wealthy, to help hard-hit businesses and put people who work in these industries back to work. The tourism and hospitality industry in Maryland and the world has been battered by the pandemic. According to the U.S. Travel Association, travel is down almost $500 billion in the U.S., resulting in $64 billion in missed federal, state, and local tax revenue since the beginning of March. Of all jobs lost nationwide, 39% are in the leisure and hospitality industry. I believe the wedding industry is one hard-hit group who could really benefit from this. If you are about to pay for a wedding out of state, you might just be inclined to stay in state if you got a tax credit. I think there's a lot of areas like Havre de Grace that have been hit hard. My guess is the Baltimore Inner Harbor has been really punched hard. I wouldn't know because I haven't been out of Garrett County a whole lot this year. There's been a lot of short-term relief for this pandemic in a lot of industries, but there's been little long-term planning to rebuild this industry. This is a long-term solution, or at least a longer-term solution to help rebuild tourism. Will there be pent-up demand to travel? Yeah, I'm talking to my customers and there will be. And they're going to go get on a plane to spend money out of state unless they're given a reason to spend their money in Maryland. I see that we've had a lot of folks coming to our ski area who don't normally come here. You can see the tags, little stickers on their helmets from out of west, far west places, Alta, Breckenridge, those places. So let's give them a reason to spend their tax dollars in Maryland. Please pass this bill so we can be forward thinking about the future of this industry. Thank you.
Thank you. And last testify is Chris Reel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senators. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today on behalf of Senate Bill 730. Thank you, Senator Edwards and Senator Carosa for sponsoring this bill. And thanks especially to Nicole Christian in Garrett County for spearheading this effort. Yes, my name is Chris Reel, and I am the board chair of the Maryland Tourism Coalition and a Baltimore business owner. I'm honored to represent this industry and to see so many of my colleagues here at this hearing today. This industry that supports over 200,000 Maryland jobs in a typical year and generates over $1 billion of economic activity. 95% of our businesses in the tourism industry are small businesses, and many of those are women and minority owned. My company, Rent-A-Tour, specializes in creating custom experiences for guests from all over the world. And that's really what all of us who work in tourism and hospitality do. We're in the business of making memories. memories that are cherished and treasured forever. And if there's one thing that we've learned this year, it's that those memories, those shared experiences are extraordinarily valuable, extraordinarily important. And when we're unable to travel and socialize together, be with our families and friends, it just leaves an awful hole. The challenges that this pandemic have created have been painfully difficult for all of us, but especially for tourism and hospitality. I want to make sure I acknowledge and thank the legislature for all that you've done so far to support our small businesses and our workers. But the truth is we're still hurting. And the best way for our industry to recover is for us to get the virus under control and for our customers to come back. After so many months of being unable to travel and make these lasting memories with the people we love, we know that the demand for new experiences is going to be high as soon as it's safe to get back out there. And this bill would incentivize Marylanders to make those lasting memories right here at home. Maybe take a drive across the Bay Bridge and spend a few nights on the shore, go camping in the mountains of Western Maryland, head into Baltimore, soak up the history and culture at museums like the Great Blacks and Wax. This is how we make memories. These experiences will stay with us for the rest of our lives. We might not remember the names, but surely we remember the faces of the servers that sang happy birthday to us at our favorite restaurant, or the museum docents who made history come to life in vivid detail, the zookeeper who showed us how to feed a giraffe, the worker who served us our funnel cake on the boardwalk. This bill, as Senator Carrozza mentioned, is a win-win-win. It's a win for our tourism businesses whose recoveries will be accelerated by this increased visitation that the bill will encourage, saving countless jobs in the process, by the way. It's a shot in the arm, pardon the pun, for Maryland's overall economy. It's a stimulus bill. It's going to boost spending in our state. And most importantly, it's a win for Marylanders who will most assuredly benefit from discovering all that our great state has to offer. That's what we in this industry do, that we believe we have an especially important responsibility and we take it seriously. It's our job to tell stories,
Please wrap
make
up.
memories, and with your help, soon we hope we'll be doing what we do best. So I urge you all to support this bill, Senate Bill 730. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the senators or the panel? Okay. Thank you all very much. We appreciate you taking the time today.
Thank you.
Next up is Senate Bill 578. Senator McCray.
Senator, I think he's out at another bill hearing. Can we go on
Okay.
to Senator Edwards,
Edward.
which would be 618?
Yep. Natural Resources State Lakes Protection and Restoration Fund. Senator Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Senate Bill 618 is a bill that would provide $3 million into a fund to maintain state-owned lakes, which there are 16 of them. This bill comes from a recommendation of the Western Maryland Economic Development Task Force. And just to give you a little bit of history, we've tried for years, going back 5 or 6 years, to get something like this in place because we don't think the state, at least where some of these lakes are, we don't think the state's taken enough interest in keeping them clean, for a better way to say it. And people want clean water, and you're hearing all this stuff about clean water these days. There's money going in for clean water for this, clean water for that. So we started at 3, and it took us about 3 or 4 years to finally we passed the bill in the Senate about 2 times. And the last time, about 3 years ago, we couldn't get the House to do anything. We finally got them to agree to a 3-year program for $1 million a year. And that program runs out this coming year, 1 more year, and that'll be the end of that program. Now, there's another bill in that we're second on, Mr. Chairman, that EE had, and the hearing was held about 2 weeks ago on that. Senate Bill 450. I don't know why one went to the other one. And that bill would extend the existing program for 5 years at $1 million. So we believe, the task force believes, and those of us who are from areas of the state where these lakes are believe, and if you actually talk to the people with DNR out in the field, and they'll tell you that $1 million is not enough. And there, like I said, there are 16 of them. And the reason this came up in the Western Maryland Economic Development Task Force, 8 of these 16 lakes are in the 3 Western Maryland counties. And this money can be used, all of them have something in them that shouldn't be there or that are there and enough to make it unsafe at times. Invasive species is one of the biggest ones. And if you've, I'll give you a good example. If you've ever been to Rocky Gap in August and walked outside right along the lake where the casino is and looked, you can see the invasive species growing right up clear to the top of the water, basically. So that doesn't make it too enticing to swim in and or fish, because you're going to catch a lot of invasive species instead of fish species. So I would ask for your support on this. It doesn't say add a $3 million to the budget. It says, and I'll give you an example, Mr. Chairman, if my memory is correct, dealing with DNR a couple of years ago, they were way behind in maintenance in the parks. So we kind of told them to put a line item or put, I think it was $30+ million in maintenance line item in the budget, which occurred. And I think this year, if you look, if my memory is correct, looking at hundreds of thousands of numbers, it's like 31 million. So what can be said with this is you don't need to increase the budget. We're just saying put $3 million in a line item to clean up the lakes of the state of Maryland. Now they did it with the million, and even that department came in and supported that one for a change this year, the $1 million. So we can either, what I asked, we can either take Senate Bill 450 and add $2 million to it, or that's all we're looking at increasing here, because you already have $1 million in the fund now, is increasing it to 3 million with 2 million more into the million to say, just create a line item or put a sub item under maintenance. To me, cleaning up the water is maintenance. And part of the maintenance, and I'm prejudiced here, Deep Creek Lake was built like 95 years ago. And some of these coves need dredged. And the state owns the lake, but you can't get them to do anything along the line to take care of these kind of things. This would go tremendously far in helping to do that. And there are lakes in some of your districts. Like I said, there's 16 of them. So I would appreciate support one way or the other, structure something that we can get $3 million into a budget item in the DNR to clean up the lakes, and we call them State Lakes Protection and Restoration Fund. Very important issue, Mr. Chairman, especially where these lakes are. Your people come out, the bigger lakes are in Western Maryland, come out there to recreate a lot, and I'm sure they would want to participate in clean water. And this will allow the opportunity for the state to make sure they're clean and more enticing to get people to come there. So with that, I'm asking for your support, however we can configure this to get something in place for $3 million a year and get on with the protection and restoration of the state lakes of 16 of which there are. I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Bob Sutton?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, my name is Bob Sutton. I'm president of the Deep Creek Lake Property Owners Association, representing about 950 homes on the lake, which is about a third of the properties on the lake. I'm also president of the Sky Valley Association, which is the largest HOA on Deep Creek. As Senator Edwards said, the lake is approaching 100 years old. There's a lot of things that need to be done. The POA's mission is to really protect and preserve the lake. We urge you all to pass this and fund it for the $3 million. I think Maryland has a great history of supporting recreation, particularly in the waterways, but most of the money goes to the bay, not the freshwater lakes. All 16 lakes need some maintenance, particularly Deep Creek. It's being more heavily used than ever, particularly since COVID hit. Our rental properties are up at something like 82 or 85% rented for the year already. So we're getting more people here, which impacts the lake even more than in the past. And there's many items that need to be fixed or controlled. Shoreline erosion, invasive species. We have nearshore subaquatic vegetation growth. There's a lot of upgrades that they would like to do to the fish habitat. The money in the past, the $1 million a year, has been very wisely used by the DNR. I work very closely with the DNR, and in fact, our organization just donated $15,000 to buy a water quality meter along with the Watershed Foundation, who bought 4 more because they couldn't afford them from with the budget they have. So this money is very wisely used, and I think very much needed for all 16 lakes. And again, we urge you to please fund this and fund it for the 5 years. I think that the DNR can use it to improve the freshwater recreation all over the state. And I don't really have anything else, but I know it's important to everybody here in Deep Creek. Deep Creek is really the economic engine of Garrett County. If Deep Creek would happen to fail, the county is going to fail because it's that important. So we really need some more money up here. So thank you very much for your time. And again, our organization urges you to pass this. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Christian.
Well, thank you for hearing from me again today. Nicole Christian, President and CEO of the Garrett County Chamber, and we are here supporting Senate Bill 618 and the $3 million annual allocation beginning in FY23. This allocation would really allow DNR and MDE to develop a proper project prioritization system and provide the necessary funding to sufficiently address the harmful and destructive issues that are impacting the state's 16 owned lakes, the 16 state-owned lakes. Try that again. Deep Creek Lake, as you know, it's the largest freshwater lake and inland body of water in Maryland. And as Bob just said, it's an economic engine for our community. And it helps to generate an economic impact of about $360.5 million annually. The property tax revenue that's derived from the Deep Creek Lake watershed accounts for nearly 60% of county revenue. So that just really shows you the importance of Deep Creek Lake for Garrett County. But as Senator Edwards mentioned, there are 3 other state-owned lakes in Garrett County that also provide recreation and tourism for our community. And then you have the additional lakes that are in Washington and Allegheny County. So for Western Maryland, these state-owned lakes are very important to our continued economic prosperity. Deep Creek Lake is now 96 years old, and as happens with any man-made lake, it is experiencing issues with aquatic invasive species, sediment accumulation, shoreline erosion, as Bob mentioned, and we've also been talking about the threats to the water quality and conditions. The state, as the owner of this lake and the other 15, must allocate sufficient funding for protection programs, restoration, remediation projects. These are all necessary to sustain these important natural resources for future generations. The $1 million that was previously allocated is much appreciated. Unfortunately, it's grossly inadequate for the state to really preserve and maintain all 16 lakes. As an example, it costs DNR $215,000 annually for the treatment of hydrilla just in Deep Creek Lake. Hydrilla is an aquatic invasive species and it's highly threatening to a lake, and extensive treatment is needed to prevent it from taking over a lake and rendering it useless. Additionally, some of the coves in Deep Creek Lake the coves are silting in. We need approximately $2 million just to dredge one, and the state should look at dredging these coves the same as they do with beach replenishment for the Eastern Shore. We would respectfully request a favorable report on 618. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for the senator's panel?
Mr. Chairman, I just might add, if I can, that all these lakes waters, once they flow out of the lake, either all but 3 of them flow into the Potomac River or the Chesapeake Bay. And guess where the DC area gets their water from? The Potomac River. So I think you would want clean water flowing out of the rivers or out of the lakes into the Potomac River. That aside, and Nicole brought up something, we do put $1 million or more in a year for beach maintenance at Ocean City as kind of a comparison here.
Right. No, we want clean water everywhere, no question. All right, that concludes the hearing on that one. Senator Edwards, appears you have quite a lineup today.
Sorry. You scheduled them, Mr. Chairman. I didn't, but that's fine. Road that way.
Senate Bill 622, subtraction modification, donation to diaper banks and other charitable entities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 622, as you said, is an income tax subtraction modification, donations to diaper banks and other charitable entities. So you asked, why am I putting this bill in here?
I am.
I got a phone call back several months ago from a delegate from Anne Arundel County, Delegate Jones. And and my staff got the message, and I'm thinking, now, why is she calling me? So I called her. She introduced herself, and she happens to be originally from Cumberland. And now she lives in, I think, I'm not sure if it's right in the city limits of Annapolis, but in Anne Arundel County somewhere. And she said she was looking to put this bill in, and she wanted to get some support from someone from the other side of the aisle, so to speak. And it would be good coming from Western Maryland, her hometown, and her parents thought pretty good of me, which I appreciated based on what I've done there and so forth. So I said, yeah, I'll work with you on it. So she did all the work, so I'm gonna give her all the credit, but I do think it's a great idea. Set up, a lot of people now, my wife helps out once in a while with food bank. A lot of people bring diapers to food banks. If you set a program like this up, you can be able to get a subtraction from income tax by donating diapers and other products, as you can see in the bill. And I would tell you that my wife's kind of been stocking up on diapers and putting them in a closet because my son and my daughter-in-law are expecting twins sometime around June. So I'll add 2 more grandkids to the fold come around June time. So I do think if you look at it and read some of the written testimony you're getting, I think I think there's one person maybe signed up to speak. But I think it's a good program, would help people donate that are already doing it, but give them a little credit for doing it and hopefully stimulate other people to donate to the diaper banks and other charitable entities. And with that, I would be happy to try to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. You're full of surprises. Philip Vander Clay.
Mr. Chairman, he never came in.
Okay.
I don't see that witness.
Okay. I think that was the only witness. So
It was, yep.
we appreciate you bringing it to our attention, Senator. And, and here's another one. Senate Bill 803. With Senator Quarterman, I noticed that you might have a PowerPoint.
Yeah, we
feels
do.
Reminiscent of days gone by.
I have excellent staff here that knows something about modern technology because I wouldn't know how to do it. I just said, can you see if we can get these on there? And I guess someone there is going to put it on the screen. I'm not sure, but let me just quickly say, this is probably the biggest and most important bill that's come out of the Task Force on the Economic Future of Western Maryland. And the task force is made up of quite a few people from the 3 counties and who are involved in a lot of different things and very involved in each county and across the 3 counties, not just their own individual ones. And this bill would establish a board of 11 people, basically 3 from each county, a commissioner from each county, someone from the chamber of each county, an economic development person from each county, Member from the Maryland Municipal League, and the chair of the group would be someone from the Department of Commerce would be the chairperson for the group. We think this would be a pilot program, be a 5-year program, and it's something we think would provide our part of the state with a big push. And the reason you're going to see on some of these charts when we get to them is where we fit in the state and a lot of categories where we're basically close to bottom, all 3 counties in Western Maryland. And this we think is an avenue to help get us out of that particular category because of other parts of the state's increase their economic development, we fall further behind, or even if we increase, if it's not a whole bunch, we still stay at the bottom of the list. But it would create 2 categories, the capital infrastructure project category, and it's linked to economic development. They've set up the criteria, and we believe that the locals need to put some skin in the game. So you'd have to get your project approved if it's a county or whoever in one of the 3 counties by this board. And if you do, you have to put, for this category, 20% in to the cost of it. And then the other one's a business development project category, which promotes, encourages neighborhood revitalization, small business, tourism, and other kinds of businesses. And that would create a 10% match. So we're saying that the locals have to put some skin in the game to help this thing move along quickly. This would not deny these 3 counties from applying for other monies from already existing state programs. So what we're saying here is that someone doesn't need to say, well, if you set this up, don't ask for money from blank, project blank, because you got this money. No, it ain't working that way. The way this is, this would be like a filler. So if you get a water and sewage project to run through an industrial park, for example, there is usually a local match, and this money could be used to help with a local match, because sometimes you're talking millions of dollars just to do that. And the county just built with the help of Medco, I think it's a 20,000 square foot building to try to attract some business in. I think it cost them a couple $1 million. County just can't afford to do that on their own. Neither can Allegheny County, neither can Washington County. Tri-County Council for Western Maryland would staff this board. So there would be no money have to be put in to staff the board. And this is not unusual. I put together a list. I'm going to mention a couple where other parts of the state, because then people say, gee, $20 million a year. Okay, for 5 years, that's $100 million. Well, each county has a list of what they could spend this on based on the criteria in this bill. If you all remember, 2 or 3 years ago, we put $20 million into Marriott, $20 million in Northrop Grumman. No one hiccuped over that. Built the stadiums in Baltimore. We're putting millions of dollars into a new Pimlico thing. You got Bernie, which is a regional program that has $12 million a year going into that. 6 million from PayGo, 6 million from bonds. When Amazon was looking to come to Montgomery County, the governor was talking billions of dollars to put into that. So the Howard Street Tunnel, all these things are good and all of them needed, and would tell you that I probably voted for all of them, because I see the importance not only to the particular area that these are in, but the benefit to the state as a whole because of what they would generate. Now, those of you who were a couple of years ago, the state of Maryland voted to ban fracking, which would have provided a big economic boost to the western part of the state. So we can't do that. They got bills in now to do away with burning coal at power plants. And if that goes into effect, that's going to impact another big part of our economy in Western Maryland. The Verso paper mill shut down, which impacted our wood production part of our economy considerably. So it put us back in some of the things we deal with considerably. So And if you look at the capital budget and go back through the years, you'll see that these three counties, some end up somewhere close to bottom of the list on that. So with that, if we can run through the charts and go to chart number 1. Okay, this shows the trend of the population of Western Maryland from 2010 to 2019. You'll see it's kind of basically downhill. Next one. We'll run through these rather quickly. Here's a change in population, 2010 to 2019, and the percent change in population. As you can see, Washington County is the only one that has increased. The Western Maryland as a whole decreased, and it versus what the rest of the state has done. Next one. This is the population growth by age, and you can see again, Western Maryland, the red line is way below the yellow line, which is the state in all these categories of age. Next slide. This is like a feedback loop. I'm not quite sure what this one is, but it looks good. Next chart. Here's a percentage change in private employment for the 10 years of 2010 to 2019. You can see the three counties are considerably below the state as a whole. And if you add the three together, you know, it's 3.6 to 12.1. That's a pretty big difference in the change in private employment for the 10-year period. Next slide. This is the total number of businesses in the three counties, 2010 to 2018. As you can see, all three counties dropped considerably. And if you add the total up and average them, it's 3.5. The state of Maryland, on the other hand, increased 3.7. That's a pretty big difference in total numbers of businesses in the three counties versus the state as a whole. Next slide. This is again a percent change in number of business employing fewer than 5 employees. Again, you can see the red lines on the left. Allegheny, Garrett, Washington County are down pretty considerably. Western Maryland, if you average, is 7.9, and the rest of the state of Maryland is a 2.2 plus. Again, a big difference in the number of businesses employing fewer than 5 employees. Next slide. This is proportion of establishment ages 5 years or fewer from 2010 to 2018. And again, you can see the red line is considerably below the yellow line being the state, the red line being Western Maryland. Next slide. These are some of the, well, it says the top 10 and this goes to 2019. I'm not sure to a degree where they get these numbers because it talks about paper and packaging. The paper mill's not there, but they were there in the time frame this was checked out, so that would be down somewhat. You can see that the average annual employment of some of our major businesses there. So next slide. Same thing here with outline the statute establishing a task force. It's average annual employment and the location quotient. Again, talking about some of our major businesses. Next slide. Unemployment rate. Again, the red line set back for one period there is below the yellow line. I can remember, Mr. Chairman, when Bosch and Lomb, a big major lens maker in Garrett County, went out of business and closed down a Garrett County operation. We lost about 1,600 employees, I think. Unemployment rate went to about 20%, somewhere in that neighborhood. And that's just in Garrett. That doesn't count all the big businesses that left Allegheny County and some of them that left Washington County. Next slide. This is eligible workers can work remotely. This is why it's important to try to get broadband in our neck of the woods. A lot of people, and you heard some of these people mention some of this stuff about recreating and vacations in the mountains where a lot of people are buying homes now. They can work from home, but we need to have more broadband availability to them that they can stay at home, work at home. Hopefully some of that will bring other businesses along to our part of the state. Next slide. Or is that it slide?
That is it. That's the end of the presentation.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope as you take time to look at those charts to see the economic situation the 3 counties in Western Maryland are in, that what we're asking for is really not out of line. It's something we think that'll help us to be able to put things in place to help attract businesses and or keep ones there and help them to expand, so we can keep our young people there. As you know, school funding is based sometimes on the numbers of students, and our student population has decreased considerably over the last couple of years. And we just need a little extra help. And because it would be what we consider a pilot project, it might be then something can be looked at and used in other parts of the state to help out with our economics. So with that, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Corderman, you're second on this. I don't have you signed up, but do you need to like to say anything on this?
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. No, I think Senator Edwards pretty much hit all the highlights there. We are part of the world. Anything that can help to help stimulate the economy and help with the ongoing efforts out there is greatly appreciated. So I know he's got a few other people signed up here, so I'll let them go from there. Thank you.
Okay. Paul, is it Frey or Fry?
Fry, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, including Senator Zucker, who visited with us a few weeks ago with our community coalition, Senator Young, my former senator, I live in Frederick, good afternoon, and of course our senators, Senator Edwards and Corderman, good afternoon. For the record, Paul Fry. I'm the president and CEO of Washington County Chamber of Commerce. I also served on the task force Economic Future of Western Maryland. So on my background, I have different logos for rental cars, and you may ask why. Well, someone told me one time that no one ever washes their rental car when they turn it in. They don't take care of it because there's no ownership. What I really like about this legislation, including what Senator Edwards talked through, is there's a lot of collaboration, there's a lot of ownership, there's a lot of accountability. Starting in September, almost 20 people met a couple times a month for a couple hours each time to create what you see in Senate Bill 803. We received input from across the region, all 3 communities, including the private sector, the nonprofits weighed in, government entities, as well as public. And the makeup of this board, as Senator Edwards talked about, as you'll see, is also government, private sector, nonprofits. There's a lot of collaboration and there's accountability. Again, with someone from the state of Maryland, Department of Commerce, chairing this work group and this committee. As Senator Edwards talked about, there's buy-in at 10 or 20% of matching funds, and the criteria, the programs helps address some of the numbers that the senator talked through, including they have to retain or create jobs, create or retain businesses, increase wages, or create new state or local tax revenue. And then there's accountability. In the bill, you'll see there's regular annual assessments, informal reports of progress. There's also a mechanism to cease a project if it's not working. The group can say, you know what, this isn't the right avenue. Let's cease and desist this program. And so, again, I wanted to emphasize, in addition to what the senator talked about, this high level of collaboration, accountability, and ownership associated with this legislation, benefiting all the stakeholders, including the state of Maryland. So this vehicle, as I'm calling it, known as the Western Maryland Investment Board and Fund, will be well maintained and well taken care of. We'll wash it on a regular basis. We'll take good care of it because there's ownership there. And so with that in mind, I ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 803, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Julie McCoy.
Thank you again. For the record, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I am Julie McCoy, the Executive Director of the Allegheny County Chamber of Commerce. Our chamber is also in support of Senate Bill 803, and I'd like to request that your committee give the bill a favorable vote. The establishment of the Western Maryland Economic Future Investment Fund would generate immeasurable opportunities in the region, specifically in Allegheny County. The closure of our Verso mill, as Senator Edwards noted, contributed to the loss of over 600 living wage jobs and as many ancillary positions several years ago. However, our leadership quickly found a number of ways to retrain many of the displaced workers, and I believe this is some testimony to the capability of our community to come together and the willingness of so many to work when those jobs are provided. As you know, the task force was formed in 2020 to review the economic future of Western Maryland, and I was not part of that, as my predecessor was, Mr. Zapsky, served on that task force until he departed the chamber in December. The recommendations that they submitted were met with substantial data that provided a very grim overview of the current circumstances, specifically here in Allegheny County, with a population decline of 6.1% in the opposite direction of the state and a 7.1% loss in businesses. The overall decline in those aged 35 to 44 is between the years 2010 and 2018 were 16.2%. And this is a huge detraction for employers who truly rely on that demographic to staff their businesses. Over and over in the task force report, Allegheny County is highlighted as being the most negatively impacted by the vicious cycle that exists within there. However, we have ample space, skilled learning opportunities, and leadership to serve as a major contributor into the economy of our state. While the request is of great magnitude, the task force has outlined progressive and innovative recommendations, and it's governed with strategic oversight to serve as a supplemental investment for economic improvement, which is critical to any growth that we might see here in our community and throughout the region. Once again, thank you for your consideration of a favorable report for the establishment of this vital program.
Thank you very much. Al Delia?
Either one, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of SB 803, the establishment of the Western Maryland Economic Future Investment Board and Fund. And thank you to Senators Edwards and Corderman for sponsoring the bill. For the record, I am Al Delia. I'm Vice President for Regional Development and Engagement for Frostburg State University, and I have the privilege of serving on the Legislative Task Force on the Economic Future of Western Maryland, which, as you know, is chaired by both Senator Edwards and Delegate Buckle. The task force has met 8 times since last fall. Comprehensive and frankly very concerning economic information was presented to the task force by the Department of Commerce, concerning information not just for the western region of Maryland, but ought to be of concern to the entire state. Task force members have worked very diligently. Substantial input has been provided by the public, and thus far the task force has agreed on more than a dozen recommendations to improve the economic prospects and change the trajectory of the 3 westernmost counties of our state. Viewing this through the lens of my more than 30 years of experience in economic development, I believe the recommendation which spawned this bill is the most important and the most consequential of the suggestions made by the task force to improve the economic future of the people in our region and by extension of all Marylanders. To evolve our economy to compete, to win, and sustain itself on the global playing field, small measures will not suffice. Unlike statewide funds under the management of the Department of Commerce, this fund and the Oversight Board and the Fund Administration will have the unique needs and interests of the 3 Western Maryland counties in mind, which at times can be significantly different than those concerns and needs of other counties in the state. We are asking, as the Senator has said, for $20 million per year for 5 years, a substantial amount, to create a fund which can be used for both capital infrastructure in support of economic development and for specific business development projects and investments. A significant local match, as has been outlined, is required for either project type, and that match must be provided by either a municipality, the county, or a private entity partner. The board, comprised of representatives of business and government experts from the 3 counties and chaired by the Department of Commerce representative who would be appointed by the Secretary, will evaluate the proposals based on criteria such as job creation, business creation, retention, expansion, wage increases, etc. A well-respected and experienced third party, the Tri-County Council of Western Maryland, is charged in this bill to manage this fund and administer the board. And Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, in anticipation of and on behalf of the exciting future that awaits Western Maryland under this initiative, I urge favorable committee report. I'm happy to answer any questions, sir.
Thank you very much. I believe it's the Commissioner, James Heimbaugh.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Senate Bill 803. As you said, I'm currently serving as Garrett County Commissioner representing District 3, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Board of Garrett County Commissioners. Importantly, prior to becoming the County Commissioner in 2014, I served as the county's Director of Economic Development for 17 years. So this initiative is near and dear to my heart. This bill would establish, as has been stated, the Western Maryland Economic Future Investment Board and Fund. Importantly, the initiative would provide additional resources to encourage and facilitate economic development and growth in Allegheny, Garrett, and Washington counties. Now, we have many challenges, as I learned, to economic growth in Western Maryland. They include some things we can't do much about, like geography and demographics. We can do things about others like skill-based development, educational attainment, and infrastructure. My experience is that infrastructure is critical to economic growth. And what's different here than in the metropolitan areas is that the private sector is reluctant to make speculative investments in infrastructure. So that falls into the local government, state government, and that's the need for initiatives like this. There is a precedent for this type of initiative. Way back in the 1990s, there was the Western Maryland Economic Development Strategic Task Force. It was co-chaired by Speaker Taylor and then Delegate Edwards, and it was formed in response to multiple business closures in Allegheny and Garrett County. Senator Edwards mentioned a couple of those, Kelly Tire and Bosch and Lynn, which have a devastating economic impact. With the help of that initiative back in those days and those associated resources, Garrett County was able to accomplish many key infrastructure projects. We built 2 industrial parks, expanded a 3rd industrial park, built access roads, water and sewer systems, and et cetera. With that help, we were able to reduce the county's average annual unemployment from 13.7% to 5%. So these things work. We know how to use the additional resources. We demonstrated that we can use those. And so I'm asking on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners for the committee's favorable consideration of Senate Bill 803. And thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the senators or their panel? Okay. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
All right, next up, Senator Salling, Maryland Veterans Trust Fund. Senate Bill 656.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee. I just want to thank you for this opportunity. For the record, I'm Senator Johnny Ray Salling, and I'd like to ask you in consideration of Senate Bill 656 for your approval. This bill would work towards addressing our limited alternatives to healthcare options for veterans. The Department of Veterans Affairs, they had a release and a study in 2013 that between 1999 and 2010, which showed that 22 veterans a day were dying from suicide. I had a friend, a co-worker, and a veteran named David Perez. That's where the title is named from, David Perez. He was a veteran who lived in our state, and unfortunately last year became one of those tragic statistics added to this list. David Perez, he was a vibrant young man that cared deeply about these issues and worked extensively to help veterans to get the treatment they needed for their mental health issues. Many of our veterans are suffering from various mental health issues such as PTSD, anxiety, and depression. And in the last year during the COVID lockdowns, it was a tragically deadly year for our veterans. Post-traumatic stress disorder is a very rare and serious issue that many of our veterans face today. And regular medical options may not always be for the best options or for treatment for them. And this is a growing desire. There is, a growing desire to look to alternative treatments for our veterans. This alternative treatment is known as CAM, or complementary and alternative medical treatments. CAM treatments are treatments such as acupuncture, yogurt, therapy, and other relaxation treatments that are there. And they're very good types that do help out and make a difference. They are treatments, as the VA noted, are currently not part of the mainstream, and they're not a part of the conversation for medical practices. While the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs does offer some CAM treatment, it is still an area that is still being studied. And for what I have heard, sometimes it is difficult for veterans to access these treatments in a timely manner because they're not accepted. This leaves a veteran in a very tough spot. To self-fund the treatment is what they probably have to do because they don't get the opportunity to get that help. For those who have done so much to protect our freedoms, I believe this is a great way to give back and help them. And I hope and pray that we realize more than anything, down the road and in the future time, there will be other veterans that need this help. We all have family members, and I believe maybe there was a time that they needed help. And I just want to know more than anything, if every person here would think back and think that time where they had somebody fighting for them, maybe a family member, and did serve our country. And I would love to see this bill pass. And I know we have some good support with the Maryland Military Coalition, but also a great testimony today. And I hope you hear every one of them. And I'm going to thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Senator. I'm actually going to have to step away for a second. I am going to have Senator King jump in with the first witness, Laura Goodpaster. I'm also going to ask her, there's lots of moving parts out there today, as usual. So the next bill, Senator King, if I'm not back in time, we're going to skip over 720 and we're going to go to 738. Okay. All right. Sorry, I have to run here. I'll be back shortly.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have Laura Goodpaster.
Good afternoon, Senator and committee. I'm Laura Goodpaster. I'm David Perez's mom. I'm here today asking for a favorable vote for Senate Bill 656. And David was born and raised in Maryland. When he was 17, he joined the military. He served in the Maryland Army National Guard for 11 years, and he was a combat vet. After he served his country, he decided to dedicate his life to helping other veterans who served. David struggled tremendously with PTSD after his deployment in 2006. Unfortunately, he fell. In the fall of 2020, we lost David from the battle with those challenges. I believe had this fund been available to him, he may still be with us today. As a military veteran myself, I've seen the results of our veterans not having access to the therapies that they will need to help them cope. And that's why I support the bill, to honor the work that David did and to keep his memory, dedication, and passion to this issue, as well as provide the struggling veterans in the state with assistance for providing alternative forms of treatment for their time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Nicole Ambrose.
Yes, thank you, Senator Kane, and hello, members of the committee. My name is Nicole Ambrose, and I'm honored to be with you today to request this committee report favorably on Senate Bill 656, Maryland Veterans Trust Fund CAM for Veterans Grant Program. Thank you to Senator Saling and Delegate Cox for filing this bill honoring our veterans, and specifically David Perez. David was a friend to each of us. He served in the U.S. Army for 11 years and was a combat vet. As his mom mentioned, he suffered from severe PTSD, but he approached his challenges with frankness, and to distract himself from his demons, he spent his time in the most honorable way imaginable by volunteering tirelessly to support his fellow veterans and members of the community. He volunteered for several organizations, but I was privileged to work with David supporting a charity who supports mothers who have lost a child to violence. He proudly served as press secretary and astounded us with his boundless energy. He did this to honor his mother and his deceased brother. Had SB 656 been law, David could have accessed the help he needed to confront and heal from his PTSD. And we all believe he might still be with us today. I support this bill's two main objectives. One, to help our struggling Maryland veterans access assistance for alternative forms of treatment, particularly customized treatment plans. And two, to honor our veterans' military service. This bill allows David to represent in death all our veterans who have similarly struggled and lost their battle while providing a better way forward. I implore you to favorably report on this bill and allow our veterans to access funds from the Maryland Veterans Trust Fund to provide grants to better deal with PTSD, anxiety, depression, and on, so they can obtain needed medical treatment. Our Maryland veterans deserve our gratitude and support for their selfless service and sacrifice, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Is Jason Stein with us?
Oh, yes, I am.
Go ahead, Jason.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jason Stein. I'm born and raised in St. Mary's County. I joined the Navy once I graduated high school in 2008. I served for 6 years, going on 2 deployments. When I was honorably discharged in 2014, I, like many other veterans, struggled with adapting to life outside the uniform, including alcoholism, depressions, and thoughts of suicide. In 2019, I first met David Perez. We became good friends. We had that brotherly bond that could only happen between veterans. In 2013, the United States Department of Veteran Affairs reported that from 1999 to 2010, tragically 22 veterans a day in the United States were committed suicide. David Perez was a Marylander, a veteran, a patriot with a big heart. He served in the United States Army for 11 years. He was a combat veteran, and after he served his country, he decided to dedicate his time to helping veterans who struggle to adapt to life outside the uniform. Sadly, this past August, I received the call that nobody wants to hear. My good friend David Perez was no longer with us. David's own challenges from his life served caught up with him, and tragedy lost him way too soon. As a veteran myself, I know too many of these stories all too well. Our combat veterans in Maryland and across the country are struggling with stress, depression, PTSD from their time served. The Baltimore Sun reported that military suicides jumped up as much as 20% in 2020. The increase was even greater for suicides amongst active duty soldiers. These deaths were up to 30% in 2020. This bill has two main objectives. One, to honor the work that Mr. Perez did and to keep his memory, dedication, and passion alive. And two, help our struggling veterans in our states receive assistance for alternative forms of treatment after serving our country. My hope is that these forms of treatment will help my fellow brothers and sisters transition into a civilian life. Our veterans in Maryland have made sacrifices and fought for our freedoms. Let's do all we can in Maryland to help fight for them. This is why I respectfully ask the committees for a favorable report to Senate Bill 656. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, David Bishop.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman and Senators of the committee. I'm David Bishop of Arnold, Maryland, speaking on behalf of the Maryland Military Coalition. MMC is comprised of 17 active service and veteran service organizations, including the Fleet Reserve Association, which I represent. These organizations serve and represent over 150,000 active prior service members. The coalition is in strong support of Senate Bill 656. We relied on our veterans to keep us safe and protect our freedoms during their time in service. It is precisely this service that leads to such trauma as PTSD and other serious mental disorders and stresses, primarily from combat. This bill would provide needed funds for rehabilitative care for those veterans who have been severely impacted psychologically by service-related conditions. We believe this bill would be a positive first step towards curbing and hopefully eliminating tragedies connected with this trauma, including suicides, numbered up to 22 per day, family turmoil and upheaval, homelessness among former service personnel, and unfortunately, in some cases, criminal activity. The coalition believes that Maryland Veterans Trust Fund is the best way to dispense these funds to those in need and to qualified professionals. This bill, SB 656, is a vital step towards the healing for community members who live in daily depression and desperation. The Maryland Military Coalition urgently requests a favorable reading on this bill to allow much needed deliverance to suffering veterans. Thank you all very much.
Okay, Patrick Gibbo.
Val,
Am I close?
good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Senator King, distinguished members of the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee, I'm Patrick Val, also a representative, in fact, the Vice President and Legislative Director of the Maryland Military Coalition, as well as the American Legion. I've provided a copy of our position to the committee, so I'm going to just give the highlights, and my colleague, Mr. Bishop, has given most of them for me, but we strongly endorse Senate Bill 656. This bill will be a beacon of light for those enduring such illnesses as post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD and other mental disorders for those who served and suffered in our military, particularly in combat zones. The Maryland Veterans Trust Fund, administered by the Department of Veterans Affairs, is the ideal vehicle for managing this program because it will ensure proper persons receive treatment from qualified medical personnel. Now, on a personal note, I knew David, and from last year's session, he was a dedicated individual working tirelessly on behalf of veterans and was the most joyous person when I was around him. He was a friend and will be missed by me and others who remember him. In closing, the Maryland Military Coalition respectfully requests a favorable report on Senate Bill 656, and we commend Senator Stallings for his continual compassion for the active military and veterans, his fellow veterans, I might add, and thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks to all of you for testifying on this bill. Okay, the next bill we have in
No,
front of us.
Madam Chair, we have one more witness.
Oh, we do.
Ike,
Okay.
yes, Ike Pazan, I think that's the name.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Senator King and members of the Budget Taxation Committee, hello. My name is Ike Puzon. I'm currently Executive Director of the National War College Alumni Association and former co-chair of the Maryland Military Coalition. Throughout my post-active duty career, I have been deeply involved in veterans organizations, representing hundreds of thousands of current and former service members, veterans, their families, and survivors in the state of Maryland and throughout the U.S. As a board president for an agency that provides care for disabled, I am very familiar with all types of disabilities. I strongly support SB 656. Today's former and current military members endure enormous sacrifice to support their state and our nation. Maryland has approximately 390,000 veterans. As you've heard in 2010, as much as 20% of military veterans have some form of PTSD, with 22 veterans dying a day from suicide in 2010. Those deaths are up significantly, as you heard, in 2020 to approximately 114 a day. Maryland veterans deserve our attention and immediate action to address PTSD. This bill not only honors Maryland veterans, but most importantly, it will provide successful alternative forms of medicine and treatment. These are critical for individuals as we do not know which complementary alternate medicine form will be successful, but they are necessary for success. HIMs are extremely helpful and proven in all forms of disability. I urge the committee to favorably report SB 656. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, your name wasn't on the one list that I had. Didn't mean to leave you out, but thank you for being.
I'm good.
Senator King, if I could just for a second, I want to thank Nicolai Ambrose and Jason Stein and the Maryland Coalition, but more importantly, I want to thank David's mom herself, Miss Laura, for their testimony and their time. And I pray that God bless them and we'll get this bill hopefully passed through. But thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, is Senator Rosapep here?
He is.
There you go. Senator Rosapep, we have Senate Bill 738.
Yes, it's a great bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can you turn your volume up a little bit?
I'm sorry.
Motion detected in the front yard.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
We're not hearing you.
Not hearing me at all?
Nope.
Let me switch devices. I'll be right back.
I can see you, can't hear you.
I think he's gone.
Should we skip him?
Yeah,
and-
you want to go to Senator Zucker, and he's probably going to try and come back on again.
Well,
Oh, here he, wait a minute, here he is. Hold on, let me let him in. Let's see.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Great. Thank you very much. My apologies. So this bill is to promote investment in energy efficiency in the United States. These are jobs that can't be exported, and this is work that will help us fight climate change and reduce costs for our building owners. The witnesses who will appear know much more about this than I do, but it's fundamentally about insulation. Is we have lots and lots of buildings that do not have adequate insulation. And what this bill is designed to do is to provide an incentive to push the owners of these buildings to invest in insulation. We have there's a lot of skill in Maryland, people know how to do this, but because you have to invest money up front and the savings come later, understandably put it off. So that's what the bill does, an incentive to move forward with insulation to create jobs here in Maryland and to fight climate change.
Okay. Brian Cavey. All right, we can't hear you either. You have to unmute yourself, please, sir.
Sorry about that. I thought they did. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Rosapep. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Brian Cavey. I am the business manager, Heat and Frost Insulators and Allied Workers, Local 24. I'm here on behalf of the 500 members of our local union. We are the energy conservation specialists, and I am here in support of the bill. According to the National Insulation Association, 10 to 30% of commercial buildings have damaged or missing insulation. When mechanical insulation is 100% complete, it reduces energy costs, it reduces energy uses, and it reduces greenhouse gas emissions. The percentage of missing insulation, or I'm sorry, the percentage of wasted energy when missing insulation is much greater. For example, if a building only has 30% of damaged or missing insulation, they could be wasting energy and increasing emissions by as much as 50 to 70%. Insulation in a building envelope does not include mechanical insulation. So when you hear about building inspections and engineering surveys and other energy audits, it doesn't include mechanical insulation. There's no real formal inspection of a mechanical insulation except the one that is recognized by the National Insulation Association and performed by mechanical insulation inspectors. Mechanical insulation also offers an incredible return on investment, with usually as little as 6 months being fairly typical. This will also have the creation of the work will increase our workforce, which doesn't just create jobs in the insulation industry, it creates careers. Insulators have a long career, starting with a registered apprenticeship program that is registered with the Maryland State Apprenticeship Council. I can tell you about a quick example of an energy audit that we did. At the Maritime Institute, which is in Linthicum, we were asked to help solve a high heat problem that was in and around the kitchen and cafeteria area. A labor management committee or team went in to do an energy audit of the equipment room that was right there behind the kitchen. We walked into the room. the building or the room temperature was about 104 degrees. After doing an assessment of the room and installing the insulation on bare steam pipe valves and other flanges that were needed, we reduced the heat in that room to 98 degrees. We produced a savings of about $3,021 a year just by saving the energy in that room, and reduced carbon emissions by 3.7 metric tons just by doing the insulation in that room. While we used the insulation application as training for apprenticeship school, so it didn't cost them anything because we also had the materials donated by a local supplier. The cost of the application would have been approximately $2,500, which means there was an approximate return of investment of about 7 months. I appreciate the opportunity to testify, and I urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Okay, Pete.
Madam Chair, Senator McCray has a question.
Okay, Senator McCray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just point of privilege. This is the first time that I saw Brian Cavey before our committee, and he didn't say it, but just so that our colleagues know that he serves on the Maryland Apprenticeship Training Council, and I believe he's the chair of the Training Council at this moment. So just wanted to say thank you for your service and the opportunity to hear from you today.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Corey.
Okay, Pete Elmini.
That's it. Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Kane, Senator Rosapep, and all of the members of this committee. Thank you very much for allowing me to offer testimony. My name is Pete Alomini. I'm the Executive Director of the Insulators Labor Management Cooperative Trust. After completing my engineering degree, I have dedicated myself for 35 years in the mechanical insulation industry. So this is something I'm real passionate about, and I'm excited that the state of Maryland is recognizing mechanical insulation for this bill, SB 738. Usually when I talk about insulation, people get a glazed look over their face and they kind of like tune out, and they think they know about insulation, and they think of insulation in the walls and the ceilings and windows. But this type of insulation is mechanical insulation. This is what keeps the heat in the building. This is what keeps the air conditioning going in the building. And it's an ignored engineered science, believe it or not. And I'm excited to be able to sit with such policymakers such as yourself to be able to bring this to the attention. You know, if you hit a light switch, lights don't work, you call an electrician. You know, if you have leaking pipes, you call a plumber. If you have to build something in the backyard or a building, you have a carpenters and you have necessary builders to do that. Nobody realizes though, when the heat is coming out of that vent or that air conditioning is coming out of that vent, it's not at the proper temperature. The mechanical insulation is failing, and it's failing at a rate that nobody realizes. And we are wasting energy. We are wasting a commodity of fuel, and we're also endangering the environment. By passing this bill is going to help us promote the importance of promoting mechanical insulation. The tax incentive, although it is a lack of revenue, we feel the state of Maryland is going to be able to increase the commerce by adding jobs, adding contracts, and also to increase their energy stewardship of the state. You combine all of those things together.
I need you to start wrapping it up, please.
Okay, that is definitely a plus. So I hope the committee will seek favorable report on the passing of SB 738.
Thank you so much. Craig Miller. Go ahead, sir. You have to unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, members of the committee. Also, my name is Craig Miller. I'm the Director of Business Development here at Southern Insulation. We are a small business located here in Maryland, and we have been performing mechanical installation of the insulation for the last 50 years. So we have seen many clients over the last 50 years that have benefited from mechanical insulation. I'd like to also point out that this particular bill, not only is it for new systems, but it's also for the repair and replacement of these old ones. And as Mr. Cavey had mentioned earlier, we have a lot of old buildings in the area. As a matter of fact, the school systems alone in Baltimore, the average of those buildings, the age is around 42 years. And so those systems are older and they could really benefit. But I want to talk about job creation. This isn't just a tax credit bill. This bill in and of itself, like Mr. Cavey had mentioned and Pete, it creates jobs that we need sorely right now. We have seen in the last year, the unemployment skyrocket. But these jobs you don't have to go to school for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years to become an insulator. You do it right on the job. And these journeymen end up making over $70,000 a year as taxes going right back into the economy. So we are in support of this bill. And not only for that, but since the work of training is so easy, we know that there's a lot of people that we can put to work. And now we have something we can share with our clients who have been asking, what savings do I get? Well, in the past, we didn't have one, but now we do. And when you can get back 30% of that upfront cost in that tax credit, that's huge. That's huge for these people. But it's more than that. As Mr. Cavey had even mentioned earlier, this includes all structures, big, small, housing, facilities, municipalities, any size structure. But I'd like to point out one in particular very quickly. Hospitals, for example. Most of our hospitals have 1 million square feet or more, 1.6 would be Johns Hopkins. But 1 million square feet, they spend an average of $2.15 per every square foot annually. That's $2.15 million a year in just their energy costs. Now, if they put a new package in, we typically see 30 to 70% efficiency from putting in a new package. Even if they save 10%, that's $215,000 in their first year, not to mention the energy bills going down every year for the next 20 years. It's amazing. We're in support of this bill. We hope that you guys would vote that way for us. Thank you, committee. Thank you for the time that we had today.
Thank you so much. And thanks for all that we're here to testify on this bill. I think the chair.
We're going to go, Madam Chair, to 578, Senator McCray.
Okay, we can do that.
Yep.
Senator McCray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, members of the committee. I come to you in reference to Senate Bill 578. For the record, my name is Corey McCray, Senator for the 45th Legislative District. What this bill does, Senate Bill 578, it decouples $60+ million in reference to the federal Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act passed on the federal level. 10 states have already decoupled, plus DC has already decoupled from this piece of federal legislation. There are a number of states that automatically decouple from this specific legislation. So majority of the states across our country have already decoupled or not tied to these tax breaks. What this bill also does is it looks at the 2018, 2019, 2020 tax breaks that they gave automatically because of the federal legislation passed in the 5-year look back and just pulls that back. So the retroactive tax breaks that was given and the prospective tax breaks that was given, that actually pulls that back. One of the things that I know that we did was Senate Bill 496 and a number of the opportunities that we've given through those folks that are hurt, whether it's small businesses, housing, food insecurities, education. We put in safeguards. We made sure that the people that were getting the resources are the people that was directly impacted from this health pandemic. I can't say that the same thing is done when we automatically giving tax breaks to everyone versus just flushing out who's those that need the respective tax breaks. I think that we should have a targeted effort. I believe that this body, this committee also believes that there should be a targeted effort. And I think that we did that with the $1.5 billion that we are able to get out on the street this fiscal year. But I think that the tax breaks that we will be given, which is upwards, some say 60 million, some say 90 million, some say 100 million dollars, we should be deciding whether that goes to Marylanders, not the federal government.
Okay, thank you very much. We have Christopher Meyer here to testify. Go ahead, Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Senator King and members of the committee. My name is Christopher Meyer. I'm a research analyst at the Maryland Center on Economic Policy. I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 578. This bill would decouple Maryland from 3 misguided business tax breaks included in the Federal CARES Act of 2020. The CARES Act provided vital support for Maryland families, public investments, as well as beneficial loans and grants to help businesses avoid layoffs. However, specifically the business tax breaks in the bill will do little to help our economy. What these tax breaks will do is make it harder to invest in the foundations of Maryland communities like public health and great schools, and also take away resources we could otherwise use to provide effective relief to hard-hit communities, workers, and businesses. Protecting state revenue is essential at a time when the pandemic has put even greater strain on already stretched thin public services, and when many revenue sources are still performing below expectations. Senate Bill 578 would prevent the loss of $74 million in state revenues in fiscal 22, as well as $24 million in local revenues. Senate Bill 578 would also ensure that Maryland tax policy is made by Maryland lawmakers. Because our tax code automatically incorporates certain parts of federal law, changes made by Congress can alter our state tax law without any input from state legislators. Senate Bill 578 echoes actions the General Assembly took to prevent harmful impacts of the Trump administration's signature 2017 tax law from rippling out when the legislature in 2018 passed a number of bills to decouple from that law's provisions. As Maryland continues to respond to the pandemic and build the foundation for a strong recovery, maintaining an effective revenue system is essential. Senate Bill 578 is a step in that direction. For that reason, I respectfully ask for a favorable report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
I don't see any questions. How about Michael Mazeroff?
Thank you, Senator King and members of the committee. I'm Michael Mazeroff. I'm a senior fellow at the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities in Washington. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 578. This bill decouples from several of the most costly tax changes in the 2020 Federal CARES Act to recoup the revenue loss the state experienced due to a loophole in existing state law. Although Maryland automatically incorporates changes in federal income tax law into its tax code as they occur, it wisely enacted an exception for any federal changes that would reduce annual state revenue by more than $5 million. In an unprecedented move, however, Congress made several of the most costly tax breaks in the CARES Act retroactive to the 2018 and 2019 tax years. And the comptroller ruled last year that the $5 million revenue loss limit as written did not apply to such retroactive tax changes. So this bill decouples from those changes to recoup the revenue loss. This decoupling is fully justified on the merits. Colorado, Georgia, Hawaii, New York, and North Carolina have already proactively decoupled from most or all of the CARES Act provisions this bill would also decouple from, and many more states will remain decoupled from all these provisions unless they affirmatively act to conform, which many are unlikely to do. Decoupling doesn't deny any business any deduction to which it's entitled. It simply spreads them out over future years so that Maryland's budget doesn't take a concentrated hit at a time when it can least afford to. Now, time doesn't permit me to make the case for decoupling from each of the CARES Act provisions this bill addresses, so I'll just focus on the most expensive and egregious one, the so-called excess business loss provision. One provision of the 2017 federal tax bill had limited the extent to which owners of pass-through businesses could use losses from them to shelter unrelated investment income from taxation. Business losses could offset no more than $500,000 of investment income in the year they were incurred. Any losses above that amount had to be subtracted from future income. But the CARES Act suspended that limit, and it did so retroactively for 2018 and 2019. This suspension only benefits very high income taxpayers. Again, more than people with more than $500,000 of investment income. More than 80% of the foregone federal revenue will be reaped by just 43,000 taxpayers with over $1 million in income who would have their taxes cut an average of 1.6 million. Real estate and hedge fund investors are among those most likely to benefit. And in many cases, the losses they're deducting are only on paper and attributable to overly generous deductions for equipment purchases and other tax breaks. And finally, some of the losses will be those of out-of-state businesses. In other words, if Maryland doesn't decouple, it will be foregoing revenue to cut taxes for businesses that are not creating or preserving existing jobs for its residents. This is just one of several unjustified tax breaks that will be temporarily disallowed by the enactment of this bill, which I respectfully urge the committee to favorably report. And I'd also recommend that the bill be amended to incorporate a provision that's in its House counterpart that would fix the wording of that $5 million limit so that it also applies to any retroactive tax changes that Congress might enact in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ruth Mason? Is she here?
No.
Okay. Okay, that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 578, if there are no questions. Okay. Senate Bill 789, Senator McCray.
Almost walked away. Madam Chair, I'm here on behalf of Senate Bill 789. This is a local bill dealing with Visit Baltimore, our local tourism for our downtown part of Baltimore City. This bill, basically, obviously, we know that there are a number of industries that have been hit by the health pandemic, but we know that our tourism, our hotel industry, our restaurants have been hit the hardest. What this does is it sets a provision to try to help our agency, Visit Baltimore, in reference to future opportunities for tourism within our city. I have with me our Government Relations Director, Madam Director Natasha Mehu, and I also have President and CEO of Visit Baltimore, Al Hutchison. And just ask for a favorable report for Senate Bill 789. And thank you again, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator McCray. Okay, Natasha Mayhew.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Natasha Mayhew here on behalf of the Mayor of Baltimore City in support of Senate Bill 789. I'd like to thank Senator McCray for sponsoring the bill for us. So Visit Baltimore is the destination marketing organization for Baltimore City. In light of the pandemic, Visit Baltimore and the administration have been working to explore options for easing the impacts on the agency's funding model and for safeguarding the agency from future unexpected crises. As you all are aware, the tourism industry has been hit very hard over the past year because of the pandemic. Visit Baltimore currently receives a portion of the city's hotel tax. What Senate Bill 789 would do is change the funding calculation from a one-year projected receipts model to a three-year actual rolling average. So this shift would streamline the funding process and smooth out any year-to-year fluctuations. As the funding model for Visit Baltimore is reviewed every 5 years, this bill will also extend the timeline for this funding model to 2027. We do have a technical amendment that would change the enactment date from 2021 to 2023. That was always intended in order to ensure the funding changes would align with the city's budget and funding availabilities. So with that change, I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 789. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Al Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the Budget and Taxation Committee. I want to thank you, and a special thank you to Chair Senator McCray for your support on the bill. My name's Al Hutchinson, has been mentioned, President and CEO of Visit Baltimore. So Natasha has said it really all, but what I do want to say is that Visit Baltimore supports Bill 789 with the amendment. And this is a very crucial time for Visit Baltimore, the city of Baltimore, and the tourism industry. The good news is tourism will come back, and it's coming back really, really soon. And so the real question we have to ask ourselves are we going to be ready for it? And so the way our model is set up today, it handcuffs Visit Baltimore into promoting Baltimore because the ebbs and flows of crises were not protected from that. And not just a pandemic, but it could be a financial crisis because the ebbs and flows, the budget changes every year, and there are some overages or shortages in most cases that we would have to pay back. So this new legislation gives stability to Visit Baltimore. It's not asking for any more resources from the city or the state, but to give us some stabilization. So Visit Baltimore is in a better position as tourism reopens around the country that we can spread the great news of Baltimore City. And as all of you all know, without effective promotion, there's no destination in this country that can tell their story. We'll fall backwards, we'll lose to the competition. And so I would just share with you that Visit Baltimore, my job and our team's job is to promote the city as well as the state of Maryland, to bring tourists to our community, but also to really reinvigorate jobs in Baltimore City. So we want to get our travel partners back to work. And so this new model that we're suggesting is very creative, and we think it's going to be one that gives Baltimore City a competitive advantage moving forward. So with that, I just respectfully request a favorable report on amending Senate Bill 789, and I really thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. Mia Blum. Is Mia
I
here?
have not seen her, Senator.
Okay. If that's the case, that finishes up on
And-
Senate Bill 789.
And then we're going to go to Senator Zucker, 720.
Okay, Senator Zucker, Senate Bill 720.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For the record, Senator Craig Zucker here in support of Senate Bill 720. This is for the Maryland School for the Blind. Many of you know the Maryland School for the Blind. They've been around for over 150 years, and their scope has changed from serving still a very important population that has become more medically fragile. As a result, the school has required more resources and needed additional staff to cater to this very valuable population. They're often compared to the Maryland School for the Deaf. However, they receive a lot less funding when it comes to salaries and aid. So what this bill does is it requires the Department of Budget and Management to establish a payment plan. I want to thank Delegate Ben Barnes for his leadership on the House side, and of course, Chairman Gazzoni, who is deeply passionate about this issue and the school. So this sets the framework for creating equity within the Maryland School for the Blind when it comes to funding, to reassure everybody and state very clearly that the population that the school serves is very important to all of us. And we appreciate everything that the school's doing. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions, or I can turn it over to the superintendent.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any. Robert Hare.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate this opportunity. I'd like to introduce also Mary Malauer, our board chair, who's joined us today to support Bill 720. Senator Zucker, you've done a great job summarizing some of the key points already. So I won't go too far into that, except to say that the School for the Blind has been around since 1853, and it serves all of Maryland blind and low vision students, including services that we provide in the local counties. We have teachers that go across the state providing infants and toddlers, all the way through people in high school, help with their algebra and their Braille and their orientation mobility, walking with a white cane, out in the local counties. So you can probably see our teachers in your area. But on campus, we serve about 220 students right here, preschool through 12th grade, from all over the state. And as was already stated, we have very complicated population since the 70s, since Mainstreaming happened, as appropriately so. Students are served more and more in their local jurisdictions. And as is already stated, some of them are very medically fragile. They have a total care needs, toileting, bathing, dressing, and some have very significant behaviors. And because the funding formula has not kept pace, we haven't been able to staff appropriately. In the study that we just finished back in November, one of the interesting points that we found with our friends at the School for the Deaf is that there is a formula calculation that is used for both of us that is identical in every single way, except that the prior year funding, which is where the calculation starts, is somewhat higher for the School for the Deaf than for the School for the Blind. So in effect, what has happened is, even though it's exactly the same calculation, the funding for the School for the Blind is about $8,500 less per pupil than the School for the Blind, which results in about $3.6 million in additional funding for the School for the Deaf. Not that they don't deserve every penny that they get for serving their students, but our students are more complicated, and we have many more residential students. But getting to the crux of this bill, 720, what it will do for us is also another comparable statute for the School for the Deaf that we did not have, and we didn't realize until we did this study, was the pay plan statute, which this bill mirrors exactly for the School for the Deaf. It's no different. It's not a new kind of different thing that we're asking for here. It's really appropriate. And what we would be allowed to do with this is present every 3 years what our budgetary needs are for our staffing requirements, the COLA increases, the paying people appropriately in our school. Now, the impact of what's happened over the years is that some of our most low-wage earner staff, our paraprofessionals, the people that help take care of these students, changing their diapers, helping them with feeding and brushing their teeth, and also with educating them in every other way, are paid 30% less than Baltimore County public school paraprofessionals. So we're in effect a minimum wage employer. Our staff can go to Baltimore County or to Walmart, for that matter, be a Walmart greeter and make more money than they make at the School for the Blind, working with very complicated students. So that, along with looking at the whole package of what the salaries are and how that increase impacts the School for the Blind versus the School for the Deaf, just thinking comparatively, over the years, we've seen that even though the funding formula has been the same, and long ago, we were funded exactly the same, $12 million between both School for the Deaf and School for the Blind. Now, this difference that we're seeing is because of these incremental increases in their salary and compensation benefits for the School for the Deaf. So we can see that a direct line to this legislation, which would help us right the ship, help us get back to our North Star of working for our students and not worrying about trying to pay people and recruiting people for very subpar wages to work with these very special students from across the state. Without the school, we are at risk of sending students out of state to schools like the Perkins School for the Blind, which many of you know. I used to work at the School for the Blind in Perkins in Massachusetts before coming here, sort of the Cadillac School for the Blind, not compared to the Maryland School for the Blind by any stretch. But people often cite, I wanted my child to go to Perkins, and they fight for those out-of-state placements. And I've had many students who were placed at Perkins from out of state through large settlements. And I've shared this story, a student who was a day student from California, back at the time when California was struggling with their budget, and no wonder, with $500,000 out-of-state placement, such as Perkins. We want to prevent that from happening, keep our students right here at home in Maryland, and provide for what we need in order to compensate people appropriately. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much.
To this matter.
Thanks. Marion Mullauer.
Yes, thank you and hello. I am the board chair for the Maryland School for the Blind, and I have actually been on the board for about 15 years. So I've seen the evolution of the progress that has been made in the school, especially with our new buildings that are more in line with the types of students that we have and the types of disabilities that they have. And I ditto everything that Rob just told you about the needs for the school, especially to keep us fiscally viable and to be able to keep our children here in Maryland. So I ask for your support for Senate Bill 720, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Chairman, take it away.
Thank you, Senator King. I appreciate you filling in there. Next up is Senate Bill 769, Senator Hester and Senator Bailey, income tax for venison donation.
Thank you, Chairman Gazzoni, Vice Chair Roosevelt, and esteemed members of the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee for your consideration of Senate Bill 769. For the record, Senator Katie Fry Hester. Over the past year across the state, we've seen an unprecedented need for food assistance. We've seen enrollment in the Federal Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, known as SNAP, up 14%, with nearly 43 million Americans receiving benefits. The Maryland Food Bank estimates that compared to previous years, which were more around $5 million, they spent $23.8 million last year on purchasing food. And in my own county, Howard County Food Bank has seen a 300% increase in demand and a tripling of prices. In their testimony, they note that the donations of venison they are now receiving from farmers really helps to increase the protein that they can offer their customers. I'd like to thank this committee for all the hard work you've done passing the Relief Act with amendments to address food insecurity. But this problem persists and no options can be left off the table. This simple bill seeks to further address the issue of food insecurity and better engage Marylanders in providing aid to their neighbors and community members. Currently, the state of Maryland operates this program, providing tax credits to Marylanders for the donation of processed venison to a nonprofit venison donation program. It's a small program that facilitates venison donations every year by providing credits of up to $50 to cover processing expenses. And this is capped annually at $200. Now, what Senate Bill 769 does is to make a handful of modest alterations to this existing program. First, the bill increases the tax credit for each donation from 50 to 75 to cover the cost of processing venison prior to donation. This is because venison processing costs have risen in the past few years. Secondly, we also propose an increase in the annual cap of the income tax credits from $200 to $600 to the program. This would encourage more donations in this time of need, as well as an extension of the program's sunset from the year 2023 to 2027. And finally, the bill directs the Department of Natural Resources to study the testing of deer brought from the processors for chronic wasting disease and report their findings to the General Assembly in December 31st, 2021. This provision is intended to provide additional oversight and ensure the quality of the donations being made through this program. I'd like to point out that Howard County Executive Calvin Ball has partnered with me through this year on several programs to connect farmers and food banks. His staff had technical difficulties, so I've emailed you all the testimony. And so in closing, this modest bill will make an existing program more effective and meet a need for food security that we've all seen spike over the past year. And for these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 769. And I'll turn it over to my good colleague, Senator Jack Bailey.
Senator Bailey?
Senator, I haven't seen him.
He's on there. I see.
Oh, he is? Oh,
Yep.
where is he?
I'm here.
Oh.
Thank you.
There he is.
Thank you very much. And nice to see you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 769, and I'm here talking on behalf
Oh,
of,
I know why. Huh.
I'm here talking.
Kim, you're
caucus.
You're not. You need to mute yourself, Kim.
Almost sounded like a hot mic. I had the privilege of working on this legislation with Senator Katie Fry Hester. So this bill, as she said, alters the venison donation tax credit by increasing the value of the tax credit and extending the tax credit through June of 2028. This bill increases the value of the tax credit up to $75 for each qualified donation. Quite frankly, that's what it costs to process a deer. So now the people aren't going in their pocket to make that donation out of their pocket. This is actually covered by this qualified donation. And it raises the annual limitation to $600. So they can get, a hunter could kill actually up to 7 deer. The biggest thing this bill does is the Department of Natural Resource must report to the General Assembly by December 31st of 2021 on the testing of deer brought into deer processors for chronic wasting disease. And that is extremely, that is a big issue that this bill does that the current program does not look at. The people that are the most vulnerable in our state and need to help the most, we want to give them the protein of venison. But there is a lot of different programs out there that say that deer with chronic wasting disease could be very detrimental to health of children that were eating this meat. And we currently have no way to test for that in Maryland. And what this bill does is this bill says, okay, we're going to start testing so that we're going to be able to provide a safe and healthy food source to the hungry. And that's what is so important about this. I enjoyed working with Senator Hester on this. This is a win for the processors, the hunters, the landowners, the farmers, and the hungry. So with all that in mind, I respectfully request favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the senators? Thank you very much. Next up is Senator Hester again with 772, Small Business COVID-19 Relief Act.
Thank you, Chairman Gazzoni, members of the committee of the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee. I am still Senator Katie Fry Hester. I'd like to thank you for consideration of Senate Bill 772. Throughout this pandemic, small businesses across the state of Maryland have faced previously unimaginable challenges. And like many of you, I've had small businesses calling my office for support during these trying times. I'd like to thank this committee for the relief you've already provided through the Relief Act and the Recovery Now amendments. I'd also like to give a shout out to all of you who participated in the interim group, the Bipartisan Small Business Caucus, Senator Gazzoni, Senator Rosapep, Senator Eckert, Senator Peters, and the Equity Inclusion Work Group under the leadership of our wonderful President Pro Tem. This takes a lot of those ideas and puts them together. One thing I think we need to think about is how long it takes to recover from a pandemic. According to FEMA, 40% of businesses do not reopen following a disaster. And this pandemic is a disaster. And of those that do open, 25% fail within 1 year. Similar research from the Small Business Administration indicates that over 90% of businesses fail within 2 years after being struck by disaster. So recovery doesn't really end when the business reopens, it continues throughout the following years. And this is what this bill tries to do. It attempts to address future needs for recovery through 4 initiatives which aim to help those businesses that have been hardest hit. These 4 areas are: first, an emergency loan program; second, an emergency grant program; third, a business recovery assistance program for technical assistance; and fourth, a subtraction modification for the most greatly impacted small businesses. All of the above initiatives are targeted towards Maryland's hardest hit small businesses. And so we've tried to narrow the focus to those businesses that have experienced a loss of revenue greater than 25%. So to be eligible for these programs, they'd have to show that loss of revenue. Additionally, where applicable, each of these programs requires that the aid be prioritized so that the smallest businesses get the first, take bite of the apple. So that the first businesses of 10 employees or less, followed by those between 11 and 25 employees, followed by those from 26 to 50 employees. And this is intended to make sure that businesses with less capacity to go after these grants and loans are able and have the time to navigate the state systems to complete their applications. So it's really, I want to tell you just a little bit about each of these 4 areas. The emergency loan program is specifically tailored to small minority women-owned small businesses throughout the state of Maryland. Loans made under this program would be interest-free for the first 12 months. This provision is modeled after the excellent work the Department of Commerce has done through their COVID-19 emergency loan program for small minority and women-owned businesses. So it's basically taking the program and adding additional funds to it. Second, the grant program also would be administered by the Department of Commerce. This would provide eligible emergency grant funding to eligible small businesses across the state of Maryland, but it would go through the 24 local jurisdictions. Counties would apply to the department for distribution of funds on a per capita basis, and they could then establish other grant qualifications on top of that. This program is intended to provide counties with the grant funding necessary to help these small businesses keep going. and it's also modeled after work that Commerce has already done. The third program is the Maryland COVID-19 Business Recovery Assistance Program. This would be administered by the Maryland Small Business Development Center, who you'll hear from shortly. It would provide technical assistance to eligible small businesses by matching those small businesses with larger businesses that can provide technical assistance, legal assistance, marketing assistance, business model modification, online commerce, and so forth. The cost of the technical assistance would be covered by the Companion Fund. So this program is modeled after the Strategic Assistance Consulting Fund, which was active in the state of Maryland from 2001 to 2011. And the intent of this program is to connect the businesses to businesses to make small businesses have the technical support they need to reopen their doors and stay open. Finally, the fourth part of the bill is the gross income subtraction modification. This would allow eligible small businesses defined above who did not earn more than $5 million in gross revenue during the calendar 2019 to subtract the first $100,000 of earned income from their federal adjusted gross income to determine Maryland adjusted gross income. And this provision is intended to provide tax relief to Maryland's smallest, hardest hit micro businesses. Just a note on these four programs, the first three programs should be revenue neutral for the state. How is that possible? Because the bill states that it is in the intent of the General Assembly that federal funds, if eligible for these purposes, be directed towards these specific programs. So as this committee knows all too well, between the rapidly emerging state and federal programs, it's been hard to nail down exactly what type of support our small businesses need. This bill attempts to do that, to fill in the gaps between what we've already seen. It also presents the committee with a menu of options, which I leave to the wisdom of the committee to decide how to move forward with. Thank you so much. And with that, I respectfully request a favorable report on SB 772 and will turn it over to my lead witnesses.
Thank you, Senator. Paul Bardak.
Thank you. Chairman Gazzone, Vice Chairman Rosapep, members of the committee, and Senator Hester. My name is Paul Bardak. I'm Director of the Maryland Small Business Development Center, the SBDC, and I'm pleased to offer a brief summary of the longer written statement we earlier submitted for the record. I appear before you today to offer our support for SB 772, the Small Business COVID-19 Relief Act. Here's why. Our SBDC, as most of you know from your constituents, provides management and financial consulting to entrepreneurs at no cost to them. We also offer group training to people running established companies, as well as to people thinking of starting their own businesses. Just last year, we served over 9,000 business clients, helped them raise more than $148 million, supported nearly 54,000 Maryland jobs, and even in the midst of these terrible times, helped 267 entrepreneurs start new companies. In so doing, we proved ourselves to be the premier organization in Maryland, helping the most vulnerable small businesses to weather the current pandemic. SB 772 at its core recognizes those extraordinary accomplishments and builds upon them. It would provide $20 million to allow us to work with even more business people throughout the state to help them to survive the pandemic and to pivot managerially to a post-pandemic environment. And it would give us the resources to provide even more of the accounting and e-commerce and other specialized guidance needed by struggling entrepreneurs than we or any other statewide organization are now able to provide. So the SBDC can reach small businesses statewide because throughout Maryland, we uniquely have a network of partnerships with universities and colleges, including HBCUs, local development agencies, private lenders, government agencies, and others to help us reach our state's smallest companies as envisioned in this bill. We have experience working with the prior Strategic Assistance Consulting Fund upon which this legislation is based, and whose lessons we can apply to this program. Most notably, linking the giving of financial assistance to companies with management assistance to help them both to survive and to thrive. And we've proven our ability to manage wisely and in compliance with all relevant regulations, large new infusions of government funding, as called for here. So we urge your enactment of this legislation, because if you do enact this crucially needed new program to be managed by your SBDC, I give you my word that we won't let you down. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Fry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. I'm Don Fry, President and CEO of the Greater Baltimore Committee. We've submitted written testimony. The Greater Baltimore Committee is a regional business advocacy organization representing businesses, small, mid-sized, and large, educational institutions, foundations, and not-for-profit organizations. Our mission is to bring together corporate and civic interests to find solutions to problems that negatively affect the competitiveness and viability of our region. The Greater Baltimore Committee supports Senate Bill 772 and commends Senator Hester for her efforts to provide assistance to small businesses during these challenging economic times. COVID-19 has certainly brought significant impact on businesses and their ability to survive. To assist those businesses and the challenges that they meet, the Greater Baltimore Committee created a COVID-19 Business Recovery Advisory Council that was chaired by Mary Ann Scully, Chair and CEO of Howard Bank, and was comprised of business executives from multiple industry sectors throughout the region. The Advisory Council studied financial data, examined best practices across the country on how businesses were handling the economic downturn, and developed a series of programs and policy recommendations to assist businesses. The Advisory Council settled on two particular points. First, the attention was to programs that would help businesses not just reopen, but to recover from the pandemic. And secondly, programs that were ideally suited for small and minority-owned businesses, as they don't enjoy the same resources that larger businesses have to adjust their business operations or have the financial base of a larger business. One of the Advisory Council's major recommendations was the importance of creating programs that increase access to capital for small and minority-owned businesses, including traditional financing and also non-traditional capital sources. Senator Hester's bill, Senate Bill 772, would provide small and minority-owned business owners an additional means to secure needed access to capital during this difficult business cycle. The loan program, the grant program, the business assistance program provides small and minority businesses with interest-free loans without requiring collateral, grants for the smallest businesses, and technical assistance that's vital to their successful business operations. The components that are set forth in Senate Bill 772 are consistent with the report of our COVID Business Advisory Council, and also—
Please wrap it up.
Right now, yes, and also consistent with our legislative priorities. For those reasons, we urge the committee to give a favorable report on Senate Bill 772.
Thank you. Sarah Price.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. My name is Sarah Price, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Association. I would like to start by thanking Senator Hester for sponsoring this important bill. We are so grateful for your attention to the small business community at this time. The last 11 months have been a really hard time for everyone, and especially for the business community. Your local retailers have struggled through shutdowns, parsing conflicting information coming from the federal, state, and local levels, implementing brand new sanitizing and distancing requirements, and operating as de facto security guards to uphold mask mandates. Essential business employees have put themselves at risk for the last year to continue to provide for their communities and make sure that their neighbors have the food and supplies that they need. We at the Retailers Association have done everything that we can to support the business community during this pandemic. And in every conversation that we've had with members, with Main Street directors, and with businesses all across the state, the biggest cry for help that we heard over and over again was, we need financial support, we need funding. PPP money and other funds that eventually came down the pipeline were very helpful, but they dried up quickly. No state agency appears to be tracking how many businesses have permanently closed due to the pandemic, but we all know the retailers have shuttered for good in every community across the state. The funding sources and subtraction modification proposed in this bill would make an enormous difference to provide relief for the businesses that are still hanging on. As we approach the 1-year anniversary of the last days that we were all together in person, this is exactly the kind of legislation that this committee should be voting for. Thank you for your consideration, and we urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Chris Costello. I think Ms. Costello, you're muted still.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Guzzoni and Vice Chairman Rosapep. Chris Costello, I'm here representing the Howard County Chamber of Commerce. If you don't know, and I'm sure some of you do, but I gotta say, the Howard County Chamber is comprised of small businesses, corporations, nonprofits, government agencies, all working together for the betterment of the Howard County business community. And we have a mission to provide advocacy, connections, and access to timely information to advance the growth and the success of the Howard County business community. And I've seen this firsthand, and I want to say that we do join everybody else in applauding Senator Hester. She has really been actively involved and sincerely interested in seeing the business community, the small business community, and knows firsthand what they're going through. A lot of good things have been said about this bill and what it does, so I won't repeat it. But I think we've all seen that there are lessons learned from what small business has gone through during this pandemic. And I think we're looking back saying we probably should have known, not that we could have known, but that we wish we had known what we know now in the event that this continues or that we confront this again. And I think this bill is very wisely showing us how we can better serve the small business community. In many instances, there were things that were devised very quickly to try and reach out to the small business community, and many in the small business community really didn't get a chance to benefit from them because there was such a flurry of activity. They either didn't know how to access it. People didn't know how to access the small business community. There were a lot of things that could have been done better that weren't done better. And it just seems that this is really a sincere and perhaps a very good way of making sure that we are able to do that and do it better. We certainly support this effort and would like very much to be a part of its success. We ask for a favorable vote by the committee.
Thank you very much. Robert Giamo.
Hello, I'm here.
Yes.
Am I unmuted? I can't tell.
You're ready to go.
All right, thank you, Senator Gazan, and thank you everyone for their patience today. I'm speaking in behalf of Amendment 772, specifically in regards to an amendment for the BWI lease extensions. I'm the founder and chairman of Silver Diner, headquartered in Rockville, Maryland. We've been at BWI for 15 years, started it small there and built to be the largest rent payer in the airport. Paid rent in 2019 of $1.3 million. As everyone has said here, so I won't belabor it, the pandemic has been a disaster. We have lost in that restaurant alone over $700,000. Our challenge is, how do we fund the losses for this year 2020 and the losses we expect over the next 2 years. We project a loss this year of about 490,000 and maybe a loss in 23 of half of that. So we're going to add up to $1.5 million in losses as the industry is recovering. And the Wall Street Journal, and actually Ricky, the head of MAA, I was just on with the commission there, Public Works Commission. His testimony was that they don't expect pre-pandemic levels to be reached till the end of 2023, beginning of 24, which we agree. So the Public Works Committee created an amendment that began moving things in the right direction today, and they gave a 2-year extension up until 2027, till the end of 2027, whichever comes first. If you have a lease, if you have a lease that goes till 2025, you're in good shape, because then you have 5 or 6 years for the recovery. But what we're asking the legislative group here to do is level the playing field and just simply amend 2 years up to 2027 to 5 years up to 2027, so that those.
Please wrap it up.
Yeah, okay. I'm just giving you the economics. Those with short-term leases don't get penalized because in the next 2 years, with just a 2-year lease, we will be losing money and we'll have no way to fund those losses. So Silver Diner would have to shutter at BWI, and putting out, we have 140 employees, and we think those employees deserve a job, but we need to borrow from a bank in order to fund the losses, and no bank is going to fund the losses with a 2-year extension where we're still going to have losses. We need 5 years to make up for the, to take the 2 more years of losses and the 2 more years to make up for the money. So the bill that they just passed at the Public Works to extend 2 years is insufficient. And this bill we are supportive of, which creates a level playing field for all of the tenants, so that everyone could go to the 2027, and we can keep our employees employed and not go out of business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you taking the time to testify. Kyle Rutledge.
Yeah, hi. I thank you for allowing me to speak on this important bill, Mr. Chairperson and committee members. My name is Kyle Rudick. I'm Director of Operations for Silver Diner at BWI Airport. And I don't want to go over everything that Bob said with numbers and things like that. I want to talk from the heart and talk about my employees and the people who work for us. And not only mine, but other tenants as well. If we don't receive this 5-year extension, that puts all our employees' jobs in jeopardy. As Bob said, prior to the pandemic, Silver Diner had over 120 employees. Right now we have 70 people working for us, all well-paying jobs. Most of a lot of my people, some of them have worked for us for over 10 years. So, and included in that, 95% of my employees are minorities. And as far as my managers go, 100% of my managers are minorities. So this is, a really important bill for us to get passed. And not only am I speaking for Silver Diner, but I'm also speaking for eight other concessionaires that have joined together with us to ask and to support this bill. We have O'Bricky's Restaurant. They're ACDBE owners, and they're also local. We have On-Site News, which is also an ACDBE. Auntie Anne's Pretzels, they're local. McDonald's, who's the ACDBE at the airport. Phillips Seafood, a local restaurant. BGR, the burger joint, all local. These people all joined together, and with them, we have hundreds and hundreds of employees that all their jobs are in jeopardy. So we're all suffering from the devastation of the pandemic. And we really need this bill to go through to keep all these peoples employed, off of unemployment, not costing the state more money. So please give this bill your favorable support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the sign up for that bill. Are there questions for the senator or any of the witnesses? Okay, thank you all very much. Appreciate your time. Next up is Senate Bill 778, Senator Alfrith, Rhizone Program Alterations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished members of the committee, for the record, Senator Sarah Elfrith, representing Maryland's District 30, here to present Senate Bill 778, which is a significant alteration to it. I know we've had a lot of conversations about tax credits today, to frankly a tax credit that's, while long established, has not been well utilized at all. So we hope to give this a refresh and a restart. RISE zones, which are Regional Institution Strategic Enterprise Zones, are zones focused around mostly universities in this state. And the goal of the original legislation passed in 2014 was to kind of be a nexus for qualified institutions to increase economic and community development. These are mostly, as I said, higher ed institutions, regional higher ed centers, and nonprofits who are affiliated with a federal agency. And it's supposed to take the talent and innovation we see coming out of universities and make sure that there is a place near campus for those small businesses that are kind of the spin-offs of the talent of a university to land right next door to a university and continue to feed that talent and innovation instead of going to a neighboring state or out of state. While the intention is completely laudable, we've learned that RISE zones are very rarely utilized. We think there's one in the pipeline, University of Maryland, Baltimore, and I believe they are here today to talk about that. But the main challenge with the current program is that it focuses on property tax credit for a developer to actually build a space for small businesses to then go into, and assumes that break will be passed down to the small businesses. Obviously, that it's just not the right incentive for the goal of this program. And so we have a couple of fixes here that we believe, and you'll hear from people who do this day in and day out, we believe this is going to bring this program back to its intention and actually help that innovation economy we have here in Maryland. So I'd first like to thank Senator Rosa Pepp for his work on this. I know he's very passionate about this as it relates to University of Maryland College Park. Also very important in Baltimore. We have testimony from Frostburg State, from Towson University. This is a great tool as we're talking about how to build our economy back up. The bill is going to clarify what the RISE zone tax credit is intended to do. That it's supposed to help startups based on tech transfer and commercialization of research institution produced patents. It eliminates the employment credit effective next year. The bill eliminates the optional local property tax credit effective next year, but allows, as I mentioned, any that are in the pipeline or currently receiving a property tax credit by the effective date to continue to receive that outlined in the law. It replaces that credit, that property tax credit, with instead a rental assistance incentive housed in the Department of Commerce. So in order to qualify for the rental assistance, a company must have been in business for fewer than 7 years. We're talking about startups here. The funding would then be matched with the institution such that money raised by the institution or by the local jurisdiction will be matched 3-to-1 by the state, with no individual RISE zone eligible to get more than 25% of the total funding. The funding for the incentive program would be budgeted. If there are no applicants using all the funding, the department can award more than 25% of the total funding to a specific zone. It makes the companies in the zone eligible for an enhanced tax credit under the biotech investment credit and cybersecurity investment tax credit. Just as a side note, this committee already passed those bills that were requested by the Department of Commerce, so we might need to conform this bill to those. But it adds an extra incentive for cybersecurity and biotech companies, which we know we need to continue to grow here in Maryland. It caps the size of the zones to the size of the current largest zone, which is about 500 acres in College Park, and then it sunsets the program in 2028. These are kind of some nips and tucks around the current program, but we believe, and having worked with the folks again who are building Maryland's innovation economy, these are going to set the changes are going to set the Rise Zone program up to actually be utilized and actually do what's intended. It was originally intended to do, which is support these new businesses being spurred by our universities and are going to keep and build jobs here in Maryland. So, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions, but my panel are well qualified to go into the details of why this is so important.
Thank you, Senator. I know it is a well-qualified panel because it starts up with former County Executive Ken Ullman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for that compliment. After enjoying the last 3.5 hours of the fun that this committee has had throughout the day, I hearken back to the days that I was able to serve in public office. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the moment to hear us on this bill, and thank you for all you're doing. Senator Elfreth, thank you very much. Senator Elfreth really said it well. I'm here today. My name's Ken Ullman, here today in my capacity as Chief Strategy Officer for Economic Development for the University of Maryland College Park Foundation, where we're in the business of helping startups coming out of the University of Maryland College Park labs, others who want to locate adjacent to the University of Maryland to work with faculty, staff, and students to be able to thrive, to create the jobs of the 21st century, the jobs of the future. And we're really proud of the work that we're doing at College Park. We are proud that we are a Rise Zone. We were one of the early Rise Zones after the law was passed in 2014. But as Senator Elfreth said, no one has ever taken advantage of a Rise Zone incentive. So either there's something, that is just not quite aligning. And, there are other Rise Zones that have been created throughout the state, UMBC, Morgan State, UMB, Salisbury. I know that there's testimony, and I know Tom Sadowski will talk in a moment. There's testimony from Towson University, Frostburg, and Bowie State University, among others, that say that if the incentives were better aligned, they would also be applying. I also know that Montgomery College recently applied and was approved as a Rise Zone. As Senator Elfreth said, because the incentives are based on property taxes, startups don't own their property generally. They don't own buildings. And so that incentive is just a very difficult incentive that is misaligned. We've worked with a number of the building owners, but when you're talking about startups who are generally, 2,000 square feet, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 square feet, the complications of then applying, getting reassessed on that break as a smaller portion of a larger building or facility, and then passing that through, it just hasn't been, the juice hasn't been worth the squeeze. I did submit written testimony. The one thing I did want to say is that the Commerce Department recently released what it calls its Future 20 companies, which are companies that it looked around the state and identified the Future 20 companies that identified as sort of the startups that have the greatest potential in the state of Maryland. And at the University of Maryland College Park, 6 of them are in our Rise Zone across the street from the university, and 8 came out of University of Maryland labs. So, but in each of these, whether it's MedCura, and I know we had CEO Larry Tiffany, who was with us for a few hours, but I think has since left, Airagility, IonQ, all of these took an enormous amount of work to help them figure out how to afford rent, how to afford the build out of lab space. When they're in their infancy, they're in a lab, they're on campus, they raise some capital, they're starting to create some jobs, but they're not quite ready to stand on their 2 feet fully. They need some help just to get them to that next stage. And if we can get them to that next stage where they can take a couple thousand square feet, hire 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people, grow into that next phase of existence, we believe strongly that that's what will help create the jobs of the future throughout the state. And then frankly, they'll move to every corner of the state of Maryland, but we do need some additional help to help them thrive. And I would say that MedCura is not here, but Larry Tiffany's company, which if you would have heard from him, and he had some written testimony, you're going to see their products on the shelves of every CVS very soon. They make a substance that helps blood clotting, and there's a bandage that you'll see on the shelves at CVS. Had we not been able to help them, they probably would not have gotten to that point. And frankly, at the time, they were looking to move to the Commonwealth of Virginia. So even if they had been successful, they may have done that work outside of the state of Maryland. So ask for your support, and I will wrap up now and be happy to answer any questions after the panel. Thank you again. Should I introduce?
You're
Tom
on mute, Mr. Chair.
Up next? Or Sarah?
Thank you. No, I've got it, Mr. Ullman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So you mentioned Mr. Tiffany will not be here, and that's unfortunate. I'm sorry. Tom Sadowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Tom Sadowski, Vice Chancellor for Economic Development for the University System of Maryland. And I provided some detailed testimony as well. And so I just want to hit some of the highlights. Just starting off, I really want to thank Senator Elfreth for sponsoring this bill, Senate Bill 778. It really provides that strategic help that's needed to not only help to nurture the growth of these startups, but really to keep them here in Maryland. You know, each year, the University System of Maryland is responsible for the creation of 110 new startups based on technology and ideas that we're developing in our labs, ideas that our alum, our students, or faculty are coming up with. And it's really important that they be able to continue to nurture these ideas in close proximity to our campuses or where they were first born. There are a number of national studies that suggest that 80% of startups, if they survive, they will remain in those communities where they first received their mentorship or first sources of support. So this bill goes a long way in helping to provide critical strategic bottom line support that these startups need to continue the important work and discovery that they're engaged in. You know, another key statistic is that today in this country, 65% of all sponsored research and development is really done by industry. Now, all of you were very, very generous in endorsing a resolution that celebrated, you know, the new ranking of both College Park and UMB now as one of the top 10 public institutions that are now doing over $1 billion in sponsored research together. Well, I have to tell you, industry coming in, seeing the kind of work that we're doing with these startups, they are really interested in that kind of collaborative spirit and that kind of innovation-driven economic development where these ideas are really finding their way into the marketplace. So we can really like move up on that ranking scale, providing this kind of help to startups, because that's going to end up attracting industry to come in and collaborate with us more on important research. They're going to fund and provide investment to these startups. And overall, that's going to result in an exponential benefit, not only to the communities on and around our campuses, but to the entire state of Maryland. So I really, really celebrate the sponsorship of this bill. I think it really does the right things to help the companies that we're trying to create and grow here in Maryland. And I really urge, I mean, our business is about not only creating top talent, but getting these ideas in the market. And this is going to be a real strategic tool in doing that important work. So thank you very much again for the time and consideration. And we urge your favorable report on Senate Bill 778.
Thank you very much. Next up, Megan Waller.
Mr. Chair, we might have lost Megan as well.
I'm sorry. Long hearing. Mary Morris.
I hesitate to say I don't see her, but I don't see her.
I believe Mary had to move on as well.
Okay.
Our colleague from UMB.
Okay, are there any questions for the senator or the other members of the panel? Okay, well, thank you all very much. We appreciate you hanging out there with us. So,
thank you very much.
Let me ask Kim. Kim,
Yes, sir. Yes.
Did we try?
Senator Gallion is here.
He is here. Okay,
yes.
good. Yes. And before we begin with him, we're going to begin with him on 797. I'm going to try to squeeze him in between all these bill hearings and such. So we were supposed to be starting, for those of you who are on the sports betting work group, we were supposed to be starting at 4 o'clock. I'm trying to be hopeful that we're going to be done with this hearing by 4:30, but either way, we will begin that work group after this hearing, maybe a 5-minute break in between. Senator Gallion, Cecil County Video Lottery Terminals.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for squeezing me in as he has a voting session coming up. Really appreciate that. And hello, committee members. Senator Gallion here representing District 35, Cecil and Harford counties to introduce Senate Bill 797, Cecil County Video Lottery Terminals Distribution of Proceeds. This bill increases from 33 to 40% the percentage of the proceeds from video lottery terminals that is paid to the video lottery operations licensee for the Cecil County Video Lottery Facility. This legislation seeks to put Cecil County and Hollywood Casino at the same rate and conditions as other competitors in the state. Just a brief history, Hollywood Casino in Perryville was the first casino in Maryland. When the rate of tax was first established, it was placed at 67%. Since then, many other casinos have opened in Maryland, and through various pieces of legislation over the years, those casinos ended up with different tax rates. This bill places Cecil County in line with other casinos by moving the rate from 33 to 40%. The funds generated by that 7% increase would be required to be reinvested in the casino to be spent on marketing, advertising, promotional costs, and capital improvements to the casino. Hollywood Casino not only has to compete with other Maryland casinos, but due to its location, it has competition across the border in the states of Delaware and Pennsylvania. To stay competitive, these funds are necessary to improve the facility, as well as to increase advertisements to attract more visitors. I respectfully ask for a favorable vote on Senate Bill 797, and I have a panel that's expert in this area, and I'll turn them over to them at your will there, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. First up, we have, I believe, the new Cecil County Executive, Hornberger. Is that right? Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I am Cecil County Executive Danielle Hornberger, and I'm asking you to support Senate Bill 797. There are two issues to point out here. The first is mainly a matter of fairness. Our casino, Perryville Casino, has the highest tax rate in the state. It's time to resolve this. Second, and most notable, I believe, is that we compete with Pennsylvania and Delaware casinos. We will, and when I say we, I mean the state of Maryland, will lose revenue when 2 new Pennsylvania casinos open up right in our backyard. And they will be targeting sports betting, which we are set to do as well. As you know, if this bill passes, this money will go to fund upgrades, improvements, marketing, which are all needed. We must remain competitive if we want to keep the revenue in the state of Maryland. What's important in business? Location, location, location. I heard my father say it a million times. Hollywood Casino is located 20 minutes from the Delaware line and 20 minutes from the Pennsylvania line. We are already competing with a casino in Delaware. It's very, very easy to lose the revenue that we receive to that casino in Delaware already. If we do not get these funds to upgrade and improve and market our casino, we face the loss of that revenue. So again, I ask you, please vote favorable on this bill. It's a win-win. It's a win for our state. It's a win for our casino. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Malone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of Hollywood Casino in Perryville, my name is Sean Malone of Harris, Jones and Malone, testifying in support of Senate Bill 797. I thank the sponsors for introducing the bill this year. This bill seeks to adjust from the VLT distribution rate of Hollywood from 39% to 46%. In other words, adjust our tax rate from 61% to 54%. 61% by far being the largest in the state. In 2010, Hollywood Casino became the first casino to open in Maryland under the 2008 bill that established gaming. As was explained earlier, our distribution rate was 33%. Shortly after that, casinos were given a minimum of 6% adjustment to purchase their machines. And in 2012, with the addition of another casino in Prince George's County, the General Assembly adjusted rates for every casino in Maryland but Perryville, in part because the belief was that opening in Prince George's County wouldn't impact our casino. However, when marketing dollars and capital dollars were given to other casinos throughout the state, it put us behind. And that was not anticipated. Thus, we paid between 24% and 5% more than any other gaming facility in taxes. To illustrate this impact, Hollywood has paid $530 million in taxes compared to similarly sized Ocean Downs, who's paid about $320 million, and Rocky Gap at about $175 million. This does not include what the state's collecting in toll proceeds for that toll booth they put right outside of our casino on 95. We've been before this committee on several occasions asking for an equitable adjustment. We were asked to wait until application for a statutory hardship adjustment, which was made available to us, I think, in 2017 from the 2012 legislation. That adjustment was struck in budget committees. The change we're seeking will go to capital improvements and advertising. We sit in Cecil County near out-of-state casinos, as was indicated, competing with those casinos for customers. We come to you as our state partner to request the ability to invest in our physical structure and advertise in a similar fashion to our peers in the state. We thank you for your favorable consideration of this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Heiskell?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Matt Heiskell. I'm the general manager at Hollywood Casino in Perryville. Hollywood is one of the largest employers and economic engines at Cecil. About 300 employees total, 40% of whom are from the county itself. It's a relatively small casino, which was well placed in the initial legislation, but it's unique and it's the only rural non-resort property in the state. And as the county executive mentioned, we face border competition from Delaware, Pennsylvania, and even New Jersey businesses, as well as our internal competition. I've been obviously proud over the years to see the improvements in Cecil County that have come from the VLT revenues. But as the county executive mentioned, there's a reality facing our business. Increased competition in this state, along with substantial out-of-state changes to the gaming landscape, have changed the entire game. Legalized sports betting has been available for years in nearby Delaware, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania has legalized more casinos, including the 2 that will open up within the next couple of years right in our backyard in York and near Lancaster, that we anticipate will steal several million dollars, in annual revenue from us. All that being said, as revenues have decreased and competition has entered, as opposed to decreasing spend, we've actually spent the same or more on capital improvements and marketing every year, which makes it hard to imagine where we would have ended up without that spend. The discretionary decrease change a couple of years ago that Sean mentioned that was not adopted was in place for just this purpose, understanding that the future competitive landscape would change, and it has with Pennsylvania and Delaware. This bill is meant to put us at a fair and competitive level versus our nearest competitor in the state, while also allowing us to focus on the coming challenges, not to mention to help with the challenges faced through the financial hardship of having to shut down for 3 months this year due to COVID. We continue to see, based on the COVID situation, double-digit percentage decreases in foot traffic of people coming to enjoy the casinos and restaurants versus what we did this same time last year before the pandemic. On the flip side, it's also an exciting time for Cecil County. We've got proposed Great Wolf Lodge coming in right next door to us, and that should only mean more local growth. And so the tax savings that we would have to spend by virtue of this bill on marketing efforts or capital improvement can truly help us expand our business, partner with those new businesses that come in, and then help Cecil County see what it can truly be as a tourist destination in Maryland. I just want to thank Senator Gallion and County Executive Hornberger for their support, and really appreciate the opportunity to discuss this matter that's of importance to Cecil County.
Thank you very much. I noticed Senator Hershey, you're second on this bill. I noticed you're here. I'm sure you're here for your next bill, but is there something you'd like to add on this panel?
Mr. Chair, thanks for recognizing me. I'm certainly in support of this legislation. And as you know, we've brought this before the committee a number of times. I just hope for all the reasons that we've just heard that now is the time to get back to more efficient rate with that. I'll also add, I was just in a bill hearing in Senate Finance Committee where we talked about moving the toll plaza that goes into Cecil County from I-95. So, and especially with the help of members of the committee with Bainbridge, we're certainly trying to do all we can in Cecil County, and this would certainly help us as well. So I hope that we can see a favorable report this year.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions for the senators or their panel? Oh, Senator Zucker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank Senator Gallion and Senator Hershey because this had been something that they had been talking about at the end of session last year, especially around sports betting. And Senator Gallion and I had spoken and we had discussed putting in a bill like this. So I just appreciate the senator following through and going through this method of bringing this issue to the attention of this body. So thank you.
You're very welcome, Senator Zucker. You've been great to work with on this. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. Thank you very much. And since you happen to be here, Senator Hershey, we'll get you while we got you.
I greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
841, property tax solar energy system.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Steve Hershey to present Senate Bill 841. Many of you may be aware of my overall concerns with our state's RPS program. Mainly, I've been concerned with the added cost to ratepayers as well as the subsidies that are going out of state. However, I've always supported smaller scale in-state solar generation and its associated job creations. 2 years ago, the General Assembly passed the Clean Energy Jobs Act, which dramatically increased the state's goals for renewable energy, including the carve-out for solar energy. The expected spike in SRECs eased developers' economic burdens, but has increased the pressure to develop utility-scale projects on greenfield and agricultural properties. Senate Bill 841 puts more of a focus on community solar projects and is meant to incentivize the development of rooftop and brownfield solar projects by providing a statewide personal property tax exemption for community solar projects in 2 ways. 1, community solar equipment installed on a rooftop or over a parking garage or surface parking will not be subject to county or municipal personal property tax. And 2, the same solar generation equipment will not be subject to an increased value when assessing the property. This bill does not provide any tax exemptions on community solar projects that are ground-mounted systems. There are 2 amendments that I believe address the concerns of MEA and the community solar industry. Finally, I know the proponents will also address the fiscal note and MML and MACO's concerns. However, I'll quickly point out that these concerns do not appear to differentiate between ground mount systems and those specifically described in the bill. With that, I ask for the committee for a favorable committee report with the submitted amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. John Olszewski Sr.
How you doing, Mr. Chairman? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, and Vice Chairman Recipe, distinguished committee members. For the record, my name's John Olszewski Sr., and I represent Summit Ridge Energy, and we are testifying in favor of Senate Bill 841. This legislation will extend the personal property tax exemptions for non-metered solar systems to community solar energy generating systems. And as the Senator Hershey spoke about, this particular bill deals with 2 particular areas, that's rooftops and carports. These community solar energy systems will create many benefits, and I'll just name a few. Number one, it will create affordable, clean, renewable energy for local citizens and businesses to take advantage of. The second way will be a benefit is to help address some of the recommendations that came out of the governor's task force report on renewable energy development and siting. Just to name a few of those recommendations, number one is to preserve farmland, especially prime farmland. The second one would be that it would help meet the goal of a 40% reduction of carbon emissions of 2006 levels by 2030, which is very important. And as we saw what happened down in Texas with climate change forcing the cold air down in this time of the year, we saw the issues they had with people dealing with electrical problems. It would also help to incentivize an increase in rooftop projects. And another one it would do would help maintain a steady increase in the growth of rooftops and community solar beyond 2028. According to the task force members, this is very essential. We did have discussions with MACO. We believe they agreed with the intent of the bill, but they had reservations about the cost. We respectfully think the cost is stated higher than anticipated. On the charts that have been submitted by Nate Greenberg, you'll see that it shows approved solar projects in Maryland. And as you can see by the highlighted projects, rooftops and carports account for 28.892 megawatts of the 232 7.4 approved megawatt projects, which is a very small fraction of all community solar projects. Of that 28.892 approved rooftop and carport projects, there are 3.359 megawatt carport and rooftop projects that are in operation now, and 25.53 megawatts in development and construction. We believe the fiscal note is based on all community solar projects, not based on just rooftops and carports. And if you take that small fraction of rooftop and carports mentioned earlier, we believe the fiscal note is reduced drastically. We also spoke with the Maryland Energy Administration, and they have had concerns about the language about non-parasitic loads. And also, as Senator Hershey spoke about, there are amendments to strike that language out of the bill. In conclusion, this legislation addresses the need to increase rooftops and carport solar projects and creates new affordable solar energy to be used by all your citizens and the communities you represent. In this pandemic that we're dealing with, individuals will be looking for affordable ways to pay their energy bills when all the federal assistance runs out. And I just want to address one thing about the concern that MACO had about property taxes. Right now, it doesn't, property tax assessments, it doesn't affect the tax assessments, because if there's no solar panels, then the assessments will be the same. Either the building will get, the assessment will be increased, or it'll stay the same. So there's local jurisdictions will still be collecting those revenues. What they're saying is that once you put panels on, you can use that to increase the tax assessment, and it's de-incentivizing the industry to do that, because now it makes it cost prohibitive. So I want to take this opportunity to thank you, Chairman Gazzone, Vice Chairman Recipe, and the members of the committee for your thoughtful consideration. And we ask for a favorable recommendation report from this bill. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next up, Robin Duda.
Robin Dutta. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, my name is Robin Dutta. I'm the Senior Manager for Market Development and Policy at SunPower Corporation. We're a national company based out in California, but we have a lot of local footprints throughout 46 states. And in Maryland, that involves our direct business with Fortune 100 and 500 companies, most notably Macy's and Verizon, but also our work with small companies. And these are local companies that are solar companies that work with us. We help them to grow. We help them to deploy solar and provide the tools to bring solar and energy savings to their customers. Another line of our business is community solar. And most notable project in that regard has to do with the solar that we're developing as carports for WMATA, and being able to provide them with a non-traditional revenue source, especially now at a time when they're going to need it. They'll receive payments for hosting the community solar that will go to area subscribers and residents. I'm here testifying in support of SB 841. And I also just want to take this opportunity to note that community solar, since its inception in Maryland, has been bipartisan. Not just having Delegate Klippinger, support it and run the bill in 2015, but also to have Governor Hogan hold a signing ceremony, and then today with this bill to have the bipartisan support that it enjoys. You have my written testimony. I just want to make a couple points not already said, and that's that when you're looking at rooftop and canopy parking canopy solar development, it's just more expensive to do. It's more complicated to build solar on a rooftop. It's more complicated and more expensive to build an entire structure over a parking canopy, whether it's a surface lot or especially if it's a garage lot, and you have to take the entire structure and its ability to hold the load and deal with wind load into consideration. But by doing so, that also means that we don't have to worry about all the siting concerns that a number of officials have brought up, that MACO, the Farm Bureau, and other organizations bring up, and it allows us to use the built environment in a way that really is just a smart way to do business. And for businesses struggling now, and for public entities struggling now, it provides that non-traditional revenue source and allows them to support not just the solar, fighting climate change, but also helping others receive energy savings by subscribing to the community solar projects. So you have my written testimony. I don't want to go into too much detail, but I really just want to say that this will really help to level the playing field among the different kinds of solar. So thank you very much, and I urge a favorable report on SB 841. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nathan Greenberg.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gazone, Vice Chairman Rosa Pepe, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Nate Greenberg, Vice President at Summit Ridge Energy. We are here in support of this legislation, SB 841. Summit Ridge Energy owns, develops, and operates community solar projects around the nation. We are one of the leaders in the Maryland community solar market. Of our 16 Maryland community solar projects with a reserved capacity in the program, we are working in earnest to develop 11 of these on industrial rooftops. This includes a project that, if built, will be not only the largest rooftop community solar project in the United States, but one of the top 10 largest rooftop solar projects around the world, right here in Maryland. Summit Ridge Energy is making a real effort to follow the guidance laid out last year by the Governor's Task Force on Solar Siting and to develop more community solar projects on rooftops. As my colleague, John Olszewski Sr. mentioned, this bill only applies to community solar projects constructed on rooftops and parking lots, which constitute less than 15% of the total amount of community solar projects in Maryland. This bill does not seek any form of tax exemption for ground-mounted community solar projects. Rooftop and carport community solar projects are not without their challenges. High rent rates and lower system production put them at a disadvantage to ground-mounted community solar projects. Construction costs are often higher than solar projects built on the ground. Building owners can be hesitant to host these systems for fear the additional rental income could increase their building property taxes. SB 841 helps ease those barriers to entry and will stimulate strong growth of the Maryland community rooftop solar market. As word spreads among building owners that leasing the roofs to community solar projects is a great way to earn additional rental income on otherwise unusable space, especially after the tough year so many had in 2020, the demand to host these projects continues to increase. At the same time, county zoning boards have made it clear that they want less community solar projects on agricultural land and greenfields and more community solar projects on rooftops and carports. Unfortunately, the tax uncertainty surrounding rooftop and carport community solar projects is a barrier to increased development. The passage of SB 841 will put Maryland in a position to capture this demand and catapult itself to being one of the leading rooftop community solar markets in the country. Thank you again for your time today.
Thank you. David Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is David Murray. I serve as Executive Director for the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association. We represent the 4,500 solar workers here in Maryland, as well as those in Washington, D.C. and Virginia. I want to thank Senator Hershey for his leadership on this issue. As you heard from Senator Hershey, as well as the other witnesses, community solar is really the linchpin in ensuring that every Marylander has access to the cost savings of community solar, whether they rent or live in a shaded area or otherwise don't own their roof. As a solar advocate, I often get asked, well, how can we ensure that we maximize our roof space for solar and ensure that we maximize the built environment for panels? And this is one of the ways we can do so. Roofs are typically more challenging than greenfield spaces to deploy solar on for a number of reasons that Mr. Greenberg noted. And so ensuring that these systems are exempt from personal property tax will really unlock a significant portion of roof space that we can put solar on by allowing those systems to use a community solar arrangement. So to clarify what the issue is, if you're a business and you host a solar array and that array is just providing power to your business, you do not need to pay personal property taxes on it. On the other hand, if it's powering your business as well as supplying power to your neighbors who don't own their own home or a local apartment building, you would be liable for personal property tax. So in essence, we're really clarifying that the law should ensure that both systems would not have to pay personal property tax. And so with that, I hope that you can help the solar industry deploy more solar on rooftops, help expand the community solar program here in Maryland, and pass this bill. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I think that ends the just favorable section. So if anyone has any questions for the senator, anyone on that? Okay. Next up, favorable with amendments, Kevin Canale.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Kevin Canale here in support with amendments on Senate Bill 841. You have my written testimony as well as the proposed amendments. I would like to make just a few points. So first of all, MACO does appreciate the bill's flexibility to impose a lower personal property tax rate on non-community solar energy equipment, as many counties are indeed interested in incentivizing and promoting development on brownfields, gray fields, and not on prime ag land. So we do appreciate that as another tool in the toolbox, even though counties generally enter into pilot agreements when they're getting into the large-scale solar projects. However, as the bill's fiscal note says, and I know the proponents don't agree, there is a significant drop in local personal property tax revenue because of this bill, because of the exemption and the other assessment changes. But even more concerning is that this is a burgeoning industry. And the bottom line is, as more projects come online, we don't know how much money this is going to cost. So you're passing a bill, hopefully not without amendments, that we don't know the true fiscal impact. This is a broad exemption that would be in place as all these projects continue to come online, and we're very uncomfortable with that. So we'd urge amendments to authorize counties rather than mandate that they grant this exemption. And we'd also urge amendments to strike that language that says that SDAT cannot consider the income generating potential of this personal property when they're assessing the value of real property. If you're making money on personal property, you should pay taxes. The bottom line is this: the industry already has the belt and suspenders. They have the belt, which is that the state has to embed clean energy in its portfolio. They have suspenders. In many cases, the industry has been told you don't even have to follow local zoning. And now they want this tax cut. To us, this is not about competitiveness. It's just about profit. Again, this industry is in its infancy and it's going to grow in Maryland. It's about profit. It's about ignore the value of your property, pay artificially low taxes, and reap the profits. And that's all at the expense of local funds for schools, public safety, public health, and other essential services that our residents depend on each and every day. We stand ready to work with the committee, with the proponents, with the bill sponsor to develop flexible and optionable tools that we can use, but we oppose mandated tax incentives for the industry. If the state wants to give this industry more incentives and a tax break, it should do it at the expense of state revenues and not on the backs of local governments. So respectfully, we've asked for a favorable with amendments report on Senate Bill 841.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Canale? Okay. And finally, Justin Fiore.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. For the record, my name is Justin Fiore, and I am here on behalf of Maryland Municipal League in opposition to Senate Bill 841. Simply put, this legislation is just poorly timed. Municipal budgets have taken a hit as they work to mitigate the impact of the coronavirus on their residents and their operations. Cities and towns cannot afford to give a subsidy to this industry. Authorizing language would be welcome, but to ask the General Assembly to force local governments to provide a multi-million-dollar subsidy at this time is divorced from the reality we face and reflects an all too typical approach to strong-arm local governments. Respectfully, we urge an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 841. Thank you.
Okay, questions, anyone? All right, thank you all very much. Appreciate it. We're going to move to Senate Bill 782. Senator Hayes. Taxation, real property assessments and appeals.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of Budget and Tax. I believe joining me today is one of my constituents, Lisa Scott. Lisa is not a lobbyist. She's not a professional testifier. This is actually our first time ever testifying in Annapolis. But my constituent brought this issue to me that was affecting her and you know, for some time now. She and I have joined together along with our city council person, have been in contact with SDAT. We worked through various issues. She's exhausted like every opportunity to engage SDAT in a reasonable conversation around her issue. And we really bring this issue today to try to address the problem that she's encountering. She's been hanging in there with us all day and will be testifying very, very soon. But essentially, Senate Bill 782 identifies 4 areas. One is transparency to the citizens of Maryland, making sure that they have an idea of the criteria by which their assessments are done. So it requires them to actually post on their website in English, like how do they go about the assessment process, to give our constituents and our taxpayers an opportunity to understand their methodology. The second part, and Lisa will speak adequately to this, is the appeal process. She's gone through all 3 levels of the appeal process, and what you'll understand, the only thing that she could present and the only measure that would be considered in the appeal in current law is the market sales. There's no other evidence, no other other variables that could be considered by the local assessment board, by the courts, or anyone else. And so we want to expand the different, some more variables that one could appeal in the process. The third thing is really an equity issue. Right now, the SDAT conducts these assessments every 3 years. And in doing so, it's not triggered to do a reassessment unless you have $100,000 worth of investment in your property. There's not many residents or Marylanders that can afford to put $100,000 in their property, thereby, creating this disparity, whereas, communities, most residents' properties are undervalued because they're not looking at every 3 years and increase the disparity. So the third one is really about, equity. And then the fourth one is, and so all the other 3, no one has spoke, you will see no opposition to, whether it's the transparency issue, whether it's appeal process issue, or the lowering the threshold for evaluation. There's absolutely no opposition that's presented on those 3 things. The point in which there is opposition or some contention and where we could find possibly some middle ground is on the method in which we have identified as a possible solution to how SDAT can carry out doing more assessments. And with Lisa's help, we identified the IRS real property valuation. the department SSTAT has identified that would qualify, that would mandate them to have a significant investment and hire a lot more staff. And the fiscal note is off the charts. But really, the fiscal note and their testimony only speaks to this one issue. It doesn't speak to the transparency. It doesn't speak to any other things. And the one thing that if this committee would to entertain any amendments, that the one most important piece of that IRS evaluation process is the fact that the assessors would disclose whatever process that they, in their reasoning for their final concluded, evaluation. And so I definitely didn't have time. I checked all day up until about 6 p.m. last night, and the fiscal note wasn't available. We found it this morning, but would love to get an amendment to identify that last issue and point of contention, as opposed to using the IRS real property valuation. Maybe we could have, a trigger where if someone's going through an appeal process, that the assessor would explain it. I think that would almost eliminate the objections as far as the IRS process that's outlined in the fiscal note and the agency's department. But out of the 4 components of this bill, that's the one component that the agency seemed to have taken issue with. And I hope to work with this committee on resolving that. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share with you. And for Senate Bill 782, I urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Senator. Ms. Scott?
Yes, Chairman and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee, Senators, my name is Lisa Scott. Thank you for allowing me to present testimony in support of Senate Bill 782. Up front, let me state that my testimony boils down to 3 things. 1, SSTAT's assessment and appeal processes are flawed. 2, these problems are long-standing and will not get fixed on their own. 3, legislation is the only remedy for correcting them. I'll use my 5 minutes to explain this as best I can, and I draw your attention to my written testimony, which covers the problems I'll articulate today in more detail than I have time to cover in this hearing. When I received my property assessment notice for 2019, I was shocked by the fact that the assessed values of all my immediate neighbors, the other center unit properties on my side of the block, were not assessed along the same lines. In fact, their assessed values are $107,000 to $147,000 lower than mine. That's quite odd when you consider that all the center units are the same. They were built at the same time, are the exact same square footage, the exact same exterior, and some should be legitimately valued higher than they are, considering there is a multi-unit property among them, and some properties have undergone extensive renovations, as a search of the permit records will show. I'll draw your attention to Exhibit A of my written testimony, which is a photo of the homes on my side of the block, and Exhibit B, which shows the discrepancies in assessed value between my property and the other center units. Something is clearly wrong. But let's assume for 1 second that my property assessment is fair, which I do not concede. How can it be that these other assessments are also fair? Both can't be right. This logical fallacy and clear and obvious inequity in assessment led me down the appeal process, which resulted in 0 changes to my assessed value at each level without explanation. So here I am. I'll take a couple minutes now to briefly describe the problems, which are explained in more detail within my written testimony. Let me begin with the assessment process. It is a black box. Nowhere can you find information about how market value is determined, nor any information about all the factors that affect the assessment. 2, the letter every property owner receives from SSTAT claims the assessment process is uniform, but clearly it is not. 3, IRS property valuation guidelines require 3 valuation approaches to be used, not just market sales, and that the assessor provide an explanation and reasoning for their value conclusion. SSTAT is not in compliance with these guidelines. 4, assessments benefit the wealthy because if you have or can secure funds to renovate a property, chances are your assessment value might never take those renovations into account, like the property 3 doors down from me, which was fully renovated, yet somehow assessed at a value more than $100,000 lower than mine. That is unjust and inequitable and arguably discriminatory. Now for the appeal process. The only argument that can be used in the appeal process is market sales. That's it, nothing else, and nowhere is this stated definitively. It took getting before a judge in Maryland tax court for me to understand this. 2, SDAT is selective when it comes to finding comparable properties to justify their assessments. During my level 3 appeal, they used 2 extensively renovated end units as comps for my property. Those are not comps. 3, property owners have no recourse if their dispute is with the assessment methodology itself, thereby absolving SDAT of any accountability for errors and inequities. These are what I see as the problems with assessments and appeals. And based on conversations I've had with my representatives and my experience with the 2014 assessment cycle, I know these problems are not new. They are longstanding and widespread, certainly throughout Baltimore City. To be clear, if my assessment is somehow fair, I have no problem paying those taxes. However, I do have a problem when I look around and others aren't paying their fair share. I had a conversation with my councilman and senator in which I used the analogy of taking the MARC train and the conductor charging me $8 for my ticket to DC and $2 for everyone else on my side of the aisle. That is legal, but is it fair? No. Would any of you in this meeting be okay with that? Probably not. So apply those same stakes to property taxes, which involve significantly more dollars than a train ticket, and you can understand why I have concerns and why both assessment and appeal processes need to be corrected. As the judge in Maryland tax court told me, issues with the assessment methodology can, and I quote, only be addressed through legislation, end quote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Kevin Kennelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. First of all, if this is Ms. Scott's first time testifying in Annapolis, somebody should get her a job right away. That was really, really impressive. But we are here in support of Senate Bill 782. Again, you have my written testimony. I'll highlight a few things. First of all, we, like Senator Hayes, I think were surprised by the fiscal note because we really don't read the IRS guidelines as requiring a physical inspection of each property. We agree with SDAT and the General Assembly that regular physical inspections of every property are no longer necessary. So if the bill would require physical inspections, we'd ask for an amendment to make sure that doesn't happen. But I'm glad to hear Senator Hayes say that he wants to work on this and figure out a resolution here. With that out of the way, we support this bill because it aims to provide more transparent, accurate, and timely property tax assessments, which will enhance equity and fairness for all taxpayers. Requiring a plain language description of the assessment process is a no-brainer. We should make sure that everybody can easily access this information, and this bill would accomplish that. Lowering the threshold that triggers a reevaluation for properties that undergo significant improvements provides a more accurate estimate of a property's true market value. That creates a more level playing field for all property owners by ensuring that everyone pays their fair share of the total property tax. Counties regularly provide SDAT with copies of building permits, which relieves SDAT of the responsibility of identifying new construction and substantial improvements on their own. And we know there are a number of tools available as well that SDAT can use to identify these projects and improvements. So we'd like to work with the sponsor and the committee to work out some of the potential issues with the fiscal note, but we support the bill as a good government effort to improve the assessment process and to ensure more equitable treatment for all taxpayers. And we'd ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 782.
Thank you very much, Senator McCrae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Scott, I wasn't able to see your written testimony. It's not in the system. I think that you have a very compelling story, but I only got to see it hear it from a oral standpoint. And I just want to dissect the issue. And I think that better dissecting the issue will be able to understand it from a written standpoint. So if I think that the committee allows folks to email it. If you could email your written testimony, that would be helpful.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Senator Benson, Senate Bill 843, I-95, I-495, I-270 Public-Private Partnership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You know, I am introducing Senate Bill 843, and it's regarding the 495 and 270 public-private partnership. As I think about it, before I get started, I've been asking myself the question, does the widening of 495 and 270 and the installation of the toll roads really help to relieve the congestion? And I travel up 495 and I go on into the bottleneck of 270 where the intersection where we're concerned about. And I do understand that there is a desperate need for us to do something about that very, very troubling intersection. I don't know whether I want to call it the intersection or whether I want to call it a bottleneck. But good afternoon, Chair Guzon and Vice Chair Rosa Pep, and esteemed members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. Senate Bill 843, the Maryland Department of Transportation Promise Act of 2021, establishes various requirements for any public-private partnership, which is called the P3 agreement, for the project to construct toll lanes on Interstate 95 and Interstate I-270, including at least 10, that would include 10% of the toll revenue remaining after construction costs from the toll lanes be deposited into a special fund to be used only for transit projects in the counties where the toll facilities are located. This proposed public-private partnership will have a tremendous impact on our state. Past experiences show, and one of the reasons why we have this bill shows that the Department of Transportation does not always keep the promises, and this legislation ensures that it will. For example, in 2017, Governor Hogan officially announced plans for construction of the Harry Nice Memorial Bridge. In the announcement, the governor made a clear promise that the bridge would have a separate bike path. However, guess what? The administration subsequently backed off on that promise. In January of 2020, Secretary Slater was before the Environmental and Transportation Committee, and Delegate Corman asked him, and I quote, "There will be no contract submitted to the Board of Public Works for the final award until the EIS is complete. Is that the case?" Secretary Slater replies, "Yes." Fast forward 1 year and the EIS is not yet complete, but MDOT has made clear that they plan to bring a phased developer contract to the Board of Public Works this spring. It is obvious that if we want MDOT to keep its commitment, we must put this in writing. And that is the reason why we have this piece of legislation, Senate Bill 843, before this committee. Now, Maryland Department of Transportation is not moving in a direction which implies the keeping of a promise, which was made through the public-private partnership, P3. What is being proposed creates a lack of confidence in MDOT by Prince George's County, Montgomery County, and the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning, who have not been in the loop. And I want you all to know that on yesterday, I had a conversation with the county council chair, and he very much agreed with us, and the county council is very, very concerned, and so is Maryland National Capital Park and Planning, that they have not had access to data that they requested. And in some cases, they've been asking for certain pieces of data for over a year and nothing has happened. And that is unbelievable. We must move swiftly with this legislation, which will hold MDOT accountable to the agreements which were made. To be clear, the legislation does not reflect how I or Delegate Corman, who is sponsoring the bill on the House side, would improve or do anything as it pertains to the project. Rather, the Maryland Department of Transportation Promise Act simply codifies what the Hogan administration has said they will do. And that is why we have this piece of legislation before us. We're asking for the Board of Public Works not to approve a P3 agreement for the project to construct toll roads on I-495 or I-270 unless there is adherence to what has been promised. The legislation that's before you codifies the following promises that the administration has already made. Number one, at least 10% of the toll revenue will be used for transit. Number two, transit funds will be directed pursuant to memorandum of understanding between the county in which the toll facility is located and MDOT. Three, transit system buses and other vehicles will be able to use the toll roads for free. Number four, the new American Legion Bridge shall have a separate bicycle and pedestrian lane or lanes. Number five, no land acquisition will occur until after the Board of Public Works approves the P3 agreement. Number six, the project must include a community benefits agreement. Let me say that again. The project must include a community benefits agreement. Number seven, MDOT will share origin and destination data and traffic and revenue model data with county departments of transportation and the Bi-County Park and Planning Commission, which is the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning. And that's where the real rub is, my wonderful friends. All public dollars spent thus far shall be repaid as part of the P3 agreement. That's number 8. Number 9, no additional public dollars shall be spent beyond those currently budgeted. Number 10, no P3 agreement will be submitted to the Board of Public Works until the final environmental impact statement is completed. 11, changes to toll rates require public hearings in the county where the facility is located. 12, MDOT will conduct a transit study of the American Legion Bridge in concert with Virginia. That really is very important. Number 13, MDOT will undertake a monorail, and this is where we talk about congestion. MDOT must undertake a monorail feasibility study. Let me also add that MDOT has continued to make ambitious sounding promises with a list of commitments related to bicycle and pedestrian connections, regional transportation improvements, and environment commitments and enhancements. I can provide a list to the committee if that is what you would like. Therefore, I respectfully ask that this committee give a favorable report on the Maryland Department of Transportation Promise Act to ensure that the administration follows through on the commitments they have already laid out. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Josh Talkin.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. Chairman Gazzoni, members of the committee, thank you very much for the chance to testify on this bill, and thanks to Senator Benson and Delegate Corman for their leadership. I just wanted to clarify how much time I had. Do I have the 5 minutes for the lead sponsor, or where are we at this point of the day?
I was under the impression on my notes here that you were designated as the 5-minute speaker.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Just wanted to confirm. Thank you very much, members of the committee. The Sierra Club, on behalf of our 70,000 members and supporters in the state of Maryland, urge a favorable report. We have been engaged, like many of our members and community members in Prince George's and Montgomery and Frederick, with the proposal to widen 495 and 270. We have been listening to the details, from the press conferences to the tweets to the promises. It is a complicated issue. There is a lot of concern in our community, but this bill and our testimony today is not about our opposition to this project. Our testimony is about the important public trust that stems from what an elected official or a department says to the public. The narrative around this project has changed significantly since September 2017, when it was first introduced. We were told there would be widening the BWI Parkway, as well as 495 and 270. We were told it would cost between 7 to 9 billion. Now it's up 9 to 11 billion. There's a lot that the public has been told. A lot has been told to this committee and the Appropriations Committee in the context of testimony on past legislation going back to 2018, with promises and commitments made, often justified, used as justification for opposing legislation in the past, asking for increased transparency or environmental review. We believe and understand that this committee has a division of responsibility between the legislature and the Department of Transportation, and that you would only want to step beyond the current division and the balance if truly necessary. And I'm here to tell you, we believe that the evidence the last 4 years shows that it is truly necessary. There have been numerous commitments that there would be no funding from taxpayers used to subsidize this project. That has been a commitment to the legislature and the public. The large payout to the Purple Line concessionaire recently shows us that the financial costs of a P3 can be very high. This is a critical commitment and promise that should be codified into law. Similarly, there's been a commitment that the final environmental impact statement for this project would be complete before any contract was signed. This was to ensure that the full environmental impact of this project was understood before a contract was signed. We now have indications that there's an intent to actually move forward on what they've labeled as a phase developer agreement, but is obviously a contract. And so we have indications that this is one of the promises that was made to the public and the legislature that it appears there is a motion to be violating. Similarly, there was a commitment that this one was actually codified in a vote of the Board of Public Works, in which they, by the power vested in them through the P3 law that the legislature passed, they required that 10% of all toll revenue would be made available for transit priorities. That was supposed to be in the official agreement, but there's been discussion now of potentially having that be a negotiation with a future vendor. And as Senator Benson mentioned, we have reason to be concerned. The commitment to put transit on the Harry Nice Bridge and then the reversal of that was really eroded public confidence. And I think that there's the potential to more significantly erode public confidence in the commitments from MDOT or others if we don't actually codify these commitments. I want to further note that some of these commitments were made by the Board of Public Works as empowered by the P3 law that was passed by this body. Essentially, these are not just Governor Hogan's commitments or MDOT's commitments, but as the process moves forward, if there's no intervention by the legislature, given your role in P3 oversight, then I believe these will become your promises as well. And if they are broken promises, they will become your broken promises as well. So we urge you to consider the critical oversight role you have in the P3 process. This is, as the governor likes to say, the largest public-private partnership in the United States, a 50-year contract, $9 to $11 billion, and it has been sold through a variety of promises. What we ask for today is that those promises be codified in law to ensure that the commitments made to the public are upheld. Thank you very much for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to apologize ahead of time. Mark Pierce Chala?
Mark Pershala. Good afternoon, Chair Gazone and members of the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee, for the opportunity to speak in support of SB 843. My name is Rockville Councilmember Mark Pershala. This testimony has been approved by the Mayor and Council of Rockville. We thank Senator Benson for her strong leadership in bringing this critical legislation forward. The city of Rockville is the municipality most impacted by the I-270 and I-495 public-private partnership project. Yet, Rockville was blindsided by the announcement of this project, and it was not included as a partner with MDOT SHA, as are Gaithersburg and the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission. We have closely followed the P3 process, and our support for SB 843 is based on our experiences. We highlight the following key points for the committee. We urge clarity on the promise of the administration that no taxpayer dollars would be required for this project, to include dollars that municipalities and counties would have to pay to mitigate traffic, noise, pollution, stormwater, and other impacts. We support SB 843 for its transparency and process provisions. For example, the state has not shared underlying traffic data even with the partners it has. We support SB 843 because it properly orders the sequence of approvals and prohibits the Board of Public Works from making decisions before it has all pertinent facts. Requirement which prohibits MDOT from submitting a contract to the Board of Public Works unless it complies with NEPA. We agree that the bill's support of transit alternatives, including the requirement for a monorail study. For these reasons, we urge the committee to provide SB 843 with a favorable report and quickly advance it to the Senate floor for a vote. It is important that there's sufficient time for SB 843 to cross over to the House and receive a fair hearing and full consideration with that body. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brad German?
Thank you very much.
Brad.
Zoni, Vice Chair Rosapep, members of the committee, my name is Brad German. I'm a co-chair of Citizens Against Beltway Expansion. I want to thank you for allowing us to express our support for Senate Bill 843. And I also want to take a moment to thank Senator Benson for her leadership and Senator Rosapep for introducing the P3 Reform Bill SB 361. SB 843 is needed because MDOT has compiled a record of breaking its promises, the promises it's made to advance this $11 billion public-private partnership for the tollway expansion on the Beltway and I-270. For example, last year, the draft environmental impact statement for the project revealed a state subsidy of $428 million would be needed, and that undercut the first promise that the tollways would be built at no net cost to taxpayers. And this estimate, by the way, assumes no surprise cost overruns, such as we've seen on the Purple Line, and excludes the billions taxpayers will pay to move utilities and upgrade stormwater systems to manage the runoff from 550 acres of new road surface. A few days ago, MDOT broke another promise, and that was that it had made to the General Assembly not to engage a developer before completing the environmental review, clarifying the taxpayer liabilities for community impacts. Breaking this promise will almost certainly put us in the land of very expensive surprises, and the only cure is for MDOT to be required to keep its word. And there are other promises that have been broken. Some of them have already been covered. SB 843 is urgently needed to ensure that the remaining promises are not broken. one promise is ensuring that construction workers will be paid a union scale. It's a very important promise to keep if this project goes forward. Passing SB 843 will not stop anything. That's not on the table. What's on the table is requiring MDOT to fulfill its promises and thereby narrow the risk to taxpayers and communities of this monstrous project. We ask you to report SB 843 favorably and quickly, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much. Janet Gallant.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
I'm one of the coordinators of don'twiden270.org. We strongly support SB 843, the MDOT Promises Act. The bill is not about stopping the toll lane project. It's about promises. And the toll lane project is an ongoing story of false promises made to officials and the public. When the governor first announced the project, he told us, and these are exact quotes, "It won't cost us tax dollars." P3s dramatically decrease the cost to taxpayers. Only the new lanes would have tolls, the others would remain free. And we don't need any legislation. We'll have to go through difficult federal environmental approvals. The Hogan administration broke every one of those promises and many more. MDOT's own documents show that hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars will go to subsidize the private contractor. MDOT's preferred alternative turns two existing free lanes paid for by taxpayers into toll lanes that profit the contractor. The state is doing an end run around that federally mandated environmental review process. MDOT will seek approval for a 50-year agreement with the private contractor before the environmental review for Phase 1 South is finished and before the environmental review for Phase 1 North is even scheduled. And MDOT promised transparency and instead is pushing the state into a massive P3 highway project with an unidentified construction partner, unspecified bridge and road design, hidden costs, hidden risks, and unknown impacts on jurisdictions and people all along the highways and far beyond. We ask you to favorably report SB 843. This bill is absolutely necessary. It will hold the Hogan administration accountable for its promises. It will also ensure that, at least to some extent, this project works less for the benefit of private contractors and more for the benefit of the public. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Cheryl, is it Brands?
Don't see her, Senator.
Okay. Adrian Gardner.
Yes, good afternoon. And thank you, Chair Gazana and Vice Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Adrian Gardner, and it is my privilege to serve as General Counsel of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission. Our agency supports Senate Bill 843, the Promises Act of 2021, with the amendment described in our position statement. Our agency supported the House bill on the subject last year, and we thank Senator Benson for sponsoring this crossfile. For today, I really want to leave the committee with three basic observations and hopefully help persuade you that favorable consideration makes sense. First, for no compelling reason whatsoever, MDOT is doing everything possible to get federal approvals for the entire project, the entire Beltway project. Even as the promises remain to work in phases, that leaves dozens and dozens of critical, really important details totally up in the air. It's tantamount to asking for a blank check, particularly now that the one federal decision mandated by the previous White House is no longer operative. There really isn't a good reason to rush the environmental review or permit process. So even if you accept the idea of moving forward with the I-270 and the Legion Bridge phase, there's no clear plan to deal with the rest of the iceberg. I'm talking about issues that involve environmental justice, access to the new hospital in Largo, sensitive properties that are owned in Sligo Creek and Rock Creek, much less about the funding for the Wilson Bridge that Vice Chairman Rosapep actually made sure it could handle. Our agency is no way opposed to a highway project in principle, but the state has not given the hard look to so many critical pieces that it creates an immense risk. The second point, the biggest loser in the current rush to judgment on the entire project is actually the common sense and legal requirement of avoidance. We don't know how to make it more clear to the public and our stakeholders before anyone gets enticed into mitigating project impacts on parkland or any other public resource, adding new promises to the existing ones. Our agency is really just demanding a more serious look at the opportunity to avoid serious impacts. Maybe we'll try sound trucks or billboards, but the bill creates a platform to look at real avoidance opportunities, managing traffic, the Maryland 200 bypass, for example, avoiding displacement of African-American cemetery at Cabin John. Remember, a project doesn't need to mitigate whatever impacts it avoids in the first place. So third and finally, to connect the dot, our agency's call for making serious commitment to transportation is just one critical aspect of avoidance. If we incorporate mass transit, we avoid car trips. And of course, that will have an impact on congestion, and it will also impact the tolls and the P3 economics, which is precisely why it needs to be carefully incorporated as part of the environmental and permit review process. We think it's patently imprudent and unreasonable not to do that. All that said, Secretary Slater has reached out recently to talk about some endorsements for transportation funding, and the jury's still out on that, but we really do want to continue to work with the administration and see what can be worked out. But in the meantime, the Promises Act creates a platform, those discussions to be had. Again, on the one hand, the state recognizes that phasing makes good sense. On the other hand, the state is seeking the permit approvals and the environmental review of the whole enchilada. I sometimes teach, and that's kind of like—
Please wrap it up, sir.
Sir, that's like asking for an A in my course in the middle of the semester.
I'm sorry, we just have 2.5-minute limits.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Deborah Borden.
I don't see her, Senator.
Edgar Gonzalez.
Unmute. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is, and members of the Transportation and Budget Committee. My name is Edgar Gonzalez, Executive Director of the Suburban Maryland Transportation Alliance. I testify in opposition to Bill SB 843. From the 1980s to 2010, Montgomery County was considered a dynamic model of orderly growth and economic development. We proudly called ourselves the economic engine of the state, and we were one of the most dynamic and fastest growing counties in the Washington metropolitan area. One can attribute the county's growth to an expansion of federal jobs, the location of the headquarters and major offices of renowned national and international corporations, and the implementation of major transportation projects. However, from 2010 to the present, Montgomery County has fallen behind in business formation and income growth in comparison to all counties in the metropolitan area, including our neighbors in Maryland. I would argue that the main reason for our slow growth is the existence of one of the most congested road networks in the nation. Neither the state nor the county has had money to invest in the expansion of our road system. The implementation of a public-private partnership for improvements in phase 1 of the managed lane study gives the state a unique opportunity to reverse that situation. Best of all, at no cost to the taxpayers of the state. The announcements by the MDOT of the selected partner for phase 1 of the MLS study includes the implementation of most of the items presented in Bill SB 843. The bill ignores, however, the financial reality of the state and creates unnecessary and impractical requirements to the implementation of a project that promises to be a game changer in the economic growth of the county and the state. It is important to emphasize that the current P3 construction program that we're talking about and the state has selected a partner for is being pursued so that it involves the transportation interstate system in Montgomery County only. Phase 1 of the project has no impacts in Prince George's County. SMTA, if I have 30 more seconds, I can add something. During the last 4 hours of this hearing, I have heard the request for funding or tax reduction for many worthy causes. In a few years, the MDOT will request you over $800 million for the American Legion Bridge in the Capital Beltway. That's because of it's structurally obsolete. It's over 60 years old. Implementing the P3 and rejecting this bill will avoid that expense and free up that money for many worthy causes. SMTA urges
Excuse me, sir. You're past your limit. Please wrap it up.
Yeah. SMTA urges the committee to reject the bill as being counterproductive to the economic development of Montgomery County and the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone have any questions for any of the presenters on this bill? Okay. Senator, thank you, and thank you to all who waited through the day to testify this afternoon. Appreciate it. Okay, next up is Senator Elfreth, Senate Bill 779, the 529 program.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Sarah Elfreth, representing Maryland's District 30. I'm so thrilled to present you with the work product of a small group of this committee, including Senator Zucker and Senator Klossemeyer. This committee is very familiar with the challenge that we have in front of us when it comes to the Maryland 529 Save for College Match Program. We've heard it in budget after budget. It's an incredibly well-intentioned program that is meant to help low and middle income families save for college by providing a state match when a contribution towards a plan is made. That's the positive. The negative is, despite that great intention, there's just some loopholes in the law that, unforeseen to the original bill sponsors, have led to some abuse and fraud by certain Marylanders. In one particularly egregious case, folks will recall from last year, one family received $97,500 in 1 year in state matches. The intention here was to create a match program that would incentivize the start of that savings plan and then help out along the way. It was not to be a cash cow for many families. And so, Mr. Chair, a small group of us got together over the interim to try to figure out how do we still honor the original intention of the bill, of the law, but also close these loopholes. And so we worked with the Cash Campaign, who we'll hear from today, with Maryland 529 office, with our wonderful treasurer who knows this issue inside and out, to come up with a couple of tweaks here and there to close those loopholes. It's important, 2 notes I think are important. This only relates to the match component of 529, the state match. Number 1. And number 2, even after all these tweaks that we're presenting to you today, Maryland will still have the most generous match program in the country. So those are 2 things that I just want to put in your ear before we get started. So we know that there's been fraud and abuse. We put a temporary fix on this last year in the BRFA with only allowing two matches per account holder. What we're coming to you is even further reform. So the bill in front of you is going to do a couple things. It's going to first specify that both the account holder, the person opening the account, and the beneficiary are both Marylanders. It's going to change the beneficiary age limit to 26 to target these first-time college students. The work group felt that there are already a lot of great programs for returning students, but we really want to hone in on the purpose of this program, which is for younger folks and for first-time college students. Next, the bill is going to change how we measure the brackets from taxable income to adjusted gross income, which we feel is a more accurate and universal standard in order to best determine eligibility for this program. There are 3 buckets of income level, depending on how much contribution you put in, you get a certain amount of the match from the state out of it. Next, we're going to set a lifetime limit on the number of accounts and
Looks like Senator Elfreth is frozen. Treasurer Kopp, are you there?
I am here, Mr. Chairman.
Why don't you jump in and start rolling with it?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I would like to thank the committee and recognize they've been here all day. I will try to be brief. I want to thank the sponsor and her associates for working on this bill. The Board of Trustees of the college, I still call it the College Savings Program, that Maryland 529 do endorse this. We think it is an improvement to an outstanding program, which has made a very significant impact in terms of bringing people into the families into college savings. I would say that if you look at the fiscal note, it talks about the state saving money from passing this bill. I would hope that it's not a question just of saving money, but of using those funds then to bring more students and more families into the program. The senator said that I was the expert. I'm not, but the expert is here, Mr. Chairman. Erin Layton, the executive director of the program.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
That was a handoff.
Madam Treasurer, yeah, I got that. I didn't see the senator has rejoined. I don't know if he wants to jump back in, but if we're ready to go on to the next witness.
I apologize, Mr. Can I just finish my thought? I apologize. I got kicked off the Wi-Fi and I'm back on and I had a heart attack. Okay. Yeah. So as I was saying, the bill creates a lifetime limit for the match alone to $9,000. And then the last change we're asking for is the change in the tax due date from April 15th to July 15th to give families a little bit more flexibility, but still Maryland's 529 program enough time to work with the comptroller's office and get the matches into people's accounts by the end of the year. Right now, it's a rolling and they're bumping up right against like a December 30th deposit into people's accounts, which is creating a lot of consternation all over the place. So we're recommending a July 15th tax due date. All in all, we estimate based on last year's applications that these changes in combination will save the state $3 million annually. Of course, we hope that the program will only continue to grow and benefit more families. And so hopefully we can reinvest that $3 million back into more matches and get more families prepared to send their child to college. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I'll hand it off to Erin.
Very good. Ms. Layton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator and Treasurer. I don't know that there's a whole lot I can add. I think the Senator hit the highlights, as did the Treasurer. I'm here to answer any questions that you might have on the program.
Very good. Robin McKinney.
Hi, I'm Robin McKinney, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Robin McKinney. I'm the co-founder and CEO of the Cash Campaign of Maryland, and we help low to moderate income families to improve their financial security. Here in strong support of Senate Bill 779, and want to really thank Senator Elfreth, Senator Zucker, and Klossmeyer, and our colleagues, your colleagues in the House, for really taking about 6 months to unpack what is working and what isn't in this program. It's a really powerful program, as the Senator mentioned. It is the richest, the most generous program in the country. Most places that have a match program, it's one and done. So you get one match per household and then you're done. And the amount of money and the ongoing engagement that you have in these accounts, I think research has shown from research around children's savings accounts that this is actually going to be a much more powerful program. And we know it's working. It's engaging a lot of low to moderate income individuals and families, but we do need to close these loopholes that were unintentionally set. A couple points that I just wanted to underscore: the lifetime match really gets what we not so affectionately refer to as the big fish or the big fishes, who were getting significant amounts of match out of this program. And that is because the web or the network that they were able to convene within their families, within their neighborhoods, within their friend groups. And so the $9,000 that we came up with as the match limit isn't random. That idea is that a household could get $500 per year as a max for 18 years. So that's the background behind that. And again, that still makes us the richest program in the country. Also on the point about using adjusted gross income, most mean tested programs as well as other tax credits do fall against the adjusted gross income versus taxable. Just as one example, an individual who can make over $130,000 could receive this benefit currently, even though the cap is $112,500, because that's the difference between their taxable income and their adjusted gross income. So we think it's really a right sizing. And establishing the Maryland residency requirement is really important. Why I wanted to highlight that is because if you have a grandparent, for example, that opened for their grandchild, they live in Florida, so their taxable income is 0, which means that they would look like a low-income person on paper and would be able to get that max benefit even if their income was much higher. So again, it's just really important that we close these loopholes. We are very happy to certainly answer any questions and know that we have worked very diligently over the last 6 months to really look at what all the options are. So with that, I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 779.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the senator, the treasurer, or any of the panel? Sounds like you guys did a lot of great work. Thank you. Okay, last but not least, Senator Eckert, I think you're going to do this Wycomico County Senator 794. Let me just say, as soon as this bill is done, let's quickly, those members of the sports betting work group, jump over to that Zoom. You have a limited time with the representatives from the Attorney General's office. So if we could move as quickly as possible, that would be great. Senator Eckert.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, it's been a long afternoon. For the record, Senator Addie Eckert here, and I believe Senator Croza was here earlier today, but is in a voting session. We are the Wycomico County Senators. This we thought was going to be a pretty simple bill. And I want to thank Acting Mayor Julia Glantz. You know, Mayor Jake Day is in Africa serving our country. Dave Ryan, who's Salisbury Wycomico Economic Development, and Nick Simpson, one of the principals in the project. But anyway, simply, Senate Bill 794 is a bill that provides enabling legislation that authorizes a county or a municipality of a county to establish a property tax credit, economic incentive for redevelopment projects in specified areas. And I'm not going to say any more than that because I'd like to turn it over to Acting Mayor Julia Glantz, Dave Ryan, and Nick Simpson. Thank you. I move
Very good.
Favorable consideration and ultimate passage because we've waited this long. Thank you very much.
Very good. Acting Mayor Glantz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is Julia Glantz, and as the senator said, I'm the city administrator and have been standing in for the mayor while he's been serving in Djibouti. Thank you to Senator Croza and Eckert for supporting this bill, along with the entire Wycomico County delegation, and for being acutely aware of the needs here in Salisbury and Wycomico County. Over the last 7 years, the city of Salisbury has undergone a truly remarkable transformation. We continue to be the fastest growing city in Maryland, recently completed a $12.5 million overhaul of our downtown infrastructure, attract new businesses, and host the nation's oldest running traditional arts festival, and so much more. To continue to build upon this success, we need to make sure that Salisbury and Wycomico County can stand out from the crowd of potential cities investors and developers look at. We believe that this enabling legislation for Wycomico County and its municipal incorporations to offer tax credits will help us stand out. The goal here is to bring more heads and beds to our communities, and we know that this is key to long-term successful economic development. We want to grow our tax base through smart infill development. Once we have people, we know that spending throughout our community, higher property values, more jobs, a vibrant culture and environment will follow. A body in motion wants to stay in motion, and we have that motion. But in the COVID-19 world, development and investment are moving a little slower than we all would like. Investors are choosing Salt Lake City, Greenville, and other communities across the country to invest in over Salisbury and others, and Wycomico County. We believe this program will spur excitement in the investment and development community and drive jobs, create a larger tax base, increase property assessments, and improve the quality of life for Salisbury, Wycomico County, and the state of Maryland. Thank you for your time, and I hope we can count on a favorable support for SB 794. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Ryan.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I'm Dave Ryan with Salisbury Wycomico County Economic Development Corporation in support of Senate Bill 794. It simply gives us another tool in the toolbox. Salisbury and Wycomico County have a long history in building great subdivisions, great homes, and great multifamily complexes. We hit a little bit of a roadblock, a bump in the road in the 2007 and 2008 recession. Many rural communities were hit much harder than even the metropolitan areas, and we haven't seen that level of new residential construction since prior to 2007. Fairness, it has ticked up in the past year or so due to the low inventory environment in our communities, but it's not at that level pre-recession. Also, between that time and now, Maryland has strengthened its regulatory environment. So it makes it a little more challenging to compete with some of our neighboring jurisdictions, especially adjacent to Sussex County, Delaware, and the beach resort areas there. So this bill allows our elected officials, if they so choose, to offer those residential tax incentives and gives people the opportunity to live here, not just work here, but also to live here. So we're certainly in support. We appreciate, even though we're at the tail end of this hearing, we appreciate all the attention you've given to us and the way you've managed the process. It's been spectacular to watch. So good job for the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nick Simpson.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman and members of the Assembly and Lower Shore Delegation. I'm Nick Simpson, and I started a real estate development company 9 years ago with the goal of exceeding my tenants' expectations and leaving a lasting impact on my community. In recent years, I've developed the concept for the Ross Building. The project will invest tens of millions of dollars in the local economy, and when complete, it will house over 300 permanent residents in the downtown Salisbury district. However, success of our project and other new developments in tertiary markets like Wycomico County are anything but preordained. While Wycomico County and Salisbury, Maryland have numerous opportunities to offer large-scale investments, large-scale investments have been hard to come by for investors who perceive the market as risky. I have personally spoken with analysts, financial institutions, family offices, private investors, and they all consider an investment potentially on the Eastern Shore a difficult proposition. However, in my experience, they are reinvigorated to see forward-thinking and business-minded initiatives like the proposed legislation that will encourage entrepreneurs and community members to take risks and make new investments. In my view, this legislation holds the keys to empowering the local governments to spur economic development. Why? Because at the heart of this legislation, it creates jobs in the markets that need it the most. Economic development does not happen overnight. Slowly, over time, with the right incentives and hard work, we can create a community we want to live, work, and play in. In fact, I've talked to countless community members and business owners in Wycomico County who are excited for the growth in our community. For example, Vicente Hernandez started Old Town Cafe in downtown Salisbury and has managed to keep a positive attitude despite the onset of the pandemic. He recently said, "I love this community and can't wait for it to grow. We are primed to do big things, but it seems like that we are at a sticking point." I agree, we are primed to grow, but we need help, and the appropriate incentives will ensure large-scale investments can follow in the years to come that can create jobs and potentially walking traffic and new customers for businesses like Old Town Cafe. Let me close by saying I believe in this legislation and expect its impact will substantially help Wycomico County. Thank you for the opportunity to appear here today, and I really appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much. Questions for the senator or this panel? Very good. Thank you all very much. We appreciate you hanging into the bitter end. And committee, those of you who are in the work group for sports betting, please jump on there right away on that Zoom. And we'll probably get started within a couple minutes over there. And thanks everybody. Great afternoon of work. Appreciate everybody's time and efforts. Thank you.